Hello, and welcome back to the Everwind Chronicles. I am Doug, your DM, and we are a group of friends and storytellers telling you a story through Dungeons & Dragons. So, jumping back into things, the party, after a long and arduous journey through the Helterlands with a very interesting visit to a place called the Celestarium, where they were managed to free Stoic of his bonds with the devil, finally made it to Lirindil. And after some investigations and long, unpleasant waits in line, some investigations with some shady characters, they ended up encountering the leader of a criminal organization called the Odd Boys, a man named Draetherian Fallow. After some negotiation with him, they managed to negotiate a way into the borders of Lirindil, which had been very, very closed off. During the wait after that, while they were waiting for everything to get ready for them to make that journey, they ended up bidding goodbye to Glaive, or Iziri, who decided it was probably, as a princess, not best to get entangled in political affairs, potentially a rebellion, things of that nature, and ended up departing. But the party did make it inside after a very long, unpleasant journey inside barrels, a very cramped, enclosed space. Along the way, Zenoa had a vision of sorts, involving her making a choice between paths, and she made her choice. Later, after they were released from the barrels, they made their way to Olgood and discovered a few things about Lirindil along the way, with some encounters with some of the soldiers and people. They had a conversation with some of the locals to learn more about Lirindil, and then eventually finally made contact with a man named Fetch, who they had been told to contact if they wanted to get in touch with the rebellion. So they did, and he put them in contact with an unnamed figure who met with them in the dark in their room, a figure dressed all in black with a blank white mask, who told them if they wanted to talk to the rebellion about anything, they would need to drink a mixture, with some powder that she gave them, which they did. And as their vision faded to black, the figure stops Zenoa from drinking the mixture and tells her to go with her. So, as your vision fades to black, there's a sense of timelessness that comes with going to a sense of timelessness that goes with kind of passing out or being blacked out like that. Mm-hmm. Bear, there's a moment in that blackness. Mm-hmm. You don't see anything, but you do hear that familiar voice saying, "Trust me." And then you start to wake up, as you all do. It's a little confusing, though, because as you start to wake up, or at least you think you're awake, but you're waking to blackness still, to pitch dark. The only thing coming to your growing consciousness and the grogginess of your waking mind being the soft, bumpy rocking of the floor that you're on, with the sound of creaking and horse hooves. As you conclude, you're probably in some sort of wagon enclosed, some sort of covered transport.
Am I blindfolded?
No. As you kind of take stock of yourselves, it seems like you have as far as you can tell in the dark, it seems like you have even your weapons and things of that nature. You're not bound.
Can we see each other? Is it?
No, it is pitch black.
I'd like to feel around.
Bear, Asura,
Do I hear him?
Stoic, you guys there?
Yeah.
No, this is what's her? I'm the bard. What's my name? It's me.
Loopy?
Yeah, I'm Loopy.
You had me really
Oh,
going there for a
Loopy.
minute, Bear.
This is
Really.
Loopy.
Yep. Yeah, had me going
sounds
for a
just-
I
second.
sound just like her. I don't know what you're talking about.
That is the most offensive accent I have ever heard in my
Well,
life.
you try thinking of a joke 5 minutes after you wake up.
Okay.
She leaves the jokes tellings to me, but that's okay.
When we start laughing, I will.
We'll see who gets,
What is going on right now?
we shall see who gets the hideous laughter next time. With an
Fireball in here.
Perhaps we should drug Bear more often.
Loosens the tongue a little bit.
Yeah, like he's a little savage when he wakes up.
Hey guys, that only makes 5 of us.
So Noah,
Oh, you don't remember?
I'm gonna touch my tattoo. So Noah,
It's no response.
I thought we remember her being taken away.
Yeah, and you actually
Sort
said
of.
be careful
Yeah.
as
Oh.
she left.
I thought we had passed out first before.
I was like,
No.
almost.
You're on your way, and,
Yeah.
and she did manage to get out a few words to her to be
Okay.
careful as she
think-
left.
I think she was taken away by someone else, by the... I forget.
I know, but
Seems
we
like
are together and she is
Yes.
somewhere else.
it seems like she willingly went though. She wasn't forced to, wasn't she?
That's
But
what it
we
was
should
like.
we should ask
You
what's
know,
going on.
you know that I get visions from Yildris every now and then.
Not really, but...
Oh,
Like, if this is news to
I've
us.
had 2 visions, I think. Remember I told you about them all. I thought I saw her.
You didn't tell all of us.
Oh. Anyway, she sometimes talks to me, and as I was waking up, I was told to trust her, and this is probably in relation to Zenoa.
Ildris, she gets hurt, I hunt you down. You understand? You seem like a nice person, but I will hunt you to the end of the earth.
She's a deity, not a person.
You seem like a nice deity, but I will hunt you down if you do anything to hurt her. You got this? Thank you. This is how I show my love and affection. I threaten violence.
But can I feel around and kind of try to tell where we're at or what we're in?
Well, we're moving.
Sure.
You in dark vision, we can't see
Do an
very well.
investigation check
I'm just gonna go
with
poorly.
disadvantage because it's pitch black.
Oh, he just rolled a nat 20.
Oh man!
17.
Okay.
Hey.
All right.
So as you fill around, feeling all of your party in the process,
Hands.
you find yourself inside a, so it seems to be a pretty standard-sized, wagon-sized enclosure that just seems to be wood on every side. Nothing inside except for the 5 of you that you can tell.
My fucking flowers.
There seems to be the outline of a door on the back that does seem to be locked. And some other kind of much smaller outline on the front.
Okay. But no windows, no way to peer out, nothing like that.
Nope.
Okay. Hope we made the right choice, guys.
Wait, did you say there was a lock on the door?
Well, it won't open.
At least,
I mean, I'm sure we could make it open. I just don't know if that's... We
It's the
did
right
kind
choice
of
right now,
go
yeah.
willingly with that.
As an interesting note, you felt the outline of a door, but you didn't feel any lock on this side. It felt just smooth.
I hate when they do that. And I go to if that's the door, I go to the opposite side. And is there like any sort of like window or like a little like?
Yeah, there's
Right
an
window?
outline you can feel that might be something like that. Yeah.
I'm gonna try to pull it open.
Yeah, you try, and you can feel just the tiniest little movement, like when something is latched, like it should move, but something is holding it in place.
I'm just gonna kind of like knock on the little thing. We are awake.
After a moment, you you hear like the wood, like some sort of latch undo, and you see the slot open just about that much, kind of blinding you momentarily from this light, just suddenly in your eyes as you hear the same voice you heard before from the masked figure say, "All right, good for you. Stay quiet. You don't want to draw attention right now."
Is she okay though?
What?
Is she okay?
Zenoa,
The one that was with us.
white hair.
She's safe as far as we know. But not much safe about this place.
Thank you. I just sit back down because I'm like, I don't know what to do.
When he shuts it, I'm gonna cast my light orbs, so that we're not
Okay.
all sitting in the dark.
You all suddenly find yourself like painfully.
They got a dimmer switch.
We got the at-home system. It comes out slowly.
Hey, dancing lights. 60%, please.
Oh yes.
Soft purple.
Oh no.
When you turn them on, I'm just kind of sitting there, cross-legged, and just kind of meditating, just thinking, just at peace. Like, it's all right, guys. Let's play it out. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. Don't really have much of a choice right now anyway. We're kind of in the thick of it.
I just kind of like get in a little like squat, like where my back's against that side where the window was. And you just see me with like knives, and I'm just like starting to spin, staring at the door. Like, I'm tired of being locked up in small spaces and not knowing what's going on.
If there's space, I'm just gonna try and lay flat on my back. Still kind of hurting from that barrel, guys.
Yeah, I mean, if they move their legs and make room for you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna oh.
I don't move. You can lay on top of me.
Okay. I'll gently rest my head on your lap.
Like, you're talking about a wagon that's probably about the size of this table, maybe
Yeah.
slightly wider, longer, but it's
Gotcha.
roughly, it's not very big. It's a wagon.
This is not our wagon. It's a different wagon.
No, yours wasn't covered, not like fully enclosed like
Oh, okay.
this and lockable. So it's
I have to know where my flowers are. They cost money.
yeah.
Did we feed them?
I fed them.
Okay.
It's 4 days worth of food
Oh
for
yeah,
them.
we got our deer.
As a
And now,
bat. As a
and
bat.
now, yeah, and now I'm like, where the hell
As
are
a
the
bat,
flowers?
not a deer.
It was 2 deer.
It was deer. It was a deer. It was
Oh,
two deer.
It was a
It was a bat.
bear.
It was a bat, yeah.
It was a bear, right? Like, we got a bear.
How did a bat?
Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was.
I thought it was two
Oh,
deer.
okay.
Yeah, it was
No.
a bear. Like, it was enough for 8
days, yeah. It's,
I thought it was
bad.
Well, I'm just frustrated because I want the flowers.
All this work.
Listen, I did all this work to make up a story to get myself inside this stupid place. I want my flowers.
I guess now there's nothing to do but wait.
I hate waiting.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
Bear, you're not very comfy.
Oh, I mean, I'm so sorry. I don't know.
Would you like a smaller pillow?
No, I'm fine.
You wink. Testing the waters, seeing what happens.
You will find eventually that this is a long ride.
Oh, boy.
So, is there anything you want to accomplish while you're?
Yeah, as we're like, I guess, I don't know, an hour into it after this, if there's a silent moment, I'll say, hey guys, does it mean anything if a girl wants you to meet her parents?
I did not have any. Neither did Rieta, so it sounds like that matters. Yes.
But like, does it matter? Or is it just like, oh hey, you're a good friend, I want you to meet my mom.
Okay, let's ask this question more like this.
Yeah.
if you... Okay, when we just met.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, back when we first met.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'd known each other for maybe like 2 weeks, 3 weeks
Yeah.
at that point.
Yeah.
Would you have taken me home to your parents at that point?
Well, yeah, because my family's really great. They're very welcoming.
Okay, but do you remember how just horribly violent I was at that point?
Yes.
You would have taken me home to see our family at that point. Like, and introduced me in a warm fashion.
Okay, but like maybe if we're hunting and then you need shelter for the night, like yeah, you're in my party, you're in my group, so we'll
But we
camp
weren't
out.
really a party yet at that point. We were just people trying to make some coin.
Yeah.
That's true.
Like, we weren't friends. We just were stuck with each other.
Okay, I guess to answer your question, if I was going home to like for pleasure, I would not take you with me.
Sure, yes.
But if we're on a mission, I was like, oh yeah, I could use some backup.
Out of responsibility, you would take me out of like, but not because you wanted me to meet your family. It would have been like, by the way, this happens to be my family.
Yes.
Now, I want you now to reassess that question, knowing that you knew who I think you're talking about for less time than that.
Yeah. Okay. That's a solid point. Okay. Thanks for clearing that up.
Why did she want to bring you to her parents?
Just
That I did not hear the conversation
just her
of?
mom.
Uh-huh.
That's all. That's not a big deal.
And how she was just only going to send letters back to our house.
Yeah, I mean, I talk to people. We got to keep in contact with our allies. You know,
Who do you write letters to, Bear?
my family.
Do you really?
Yes,
When was the last time you wrote a letter to your family?
like a week ago. Remember when Lirindil? I mean,
Sure.
Fort Relica.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah. And from the time before that, when was the last time you wrote to your family?
a couple months.
Mm-hmm.
What,
And what other pen pals do you have?
well, you talked to Selena.
Sure, but that's different. I love her with my whole heart.
I'm just saying allies, you know? Got to keep in contact with our allies. Octo, try to keep in contact with Octo
Do you really?
whenever we get back in town.
Have you written to Octo yet?
No,
And how much time did you spend with Octo?
a couple months.
Mm-hmm. How long did you spend with her?
2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
No, a month.
No.
2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
No, 2 weeks. So yeah.
You're gonna want to wear your fancy hat here.
Wait.
Well,
tradition.
The nobility, yeah.
Yeah, it's tradition.
It definitely, it's the fancier the better.
Really? But is that like a tradition for all roads? Because she's from.
Yes.
Where is she from? Ishtari?
Ishti?
Ishti. Is that Ishti tradition to wear fancy
Well,
hats?
I've never been to
The,
Ishti.
the fancy hat when meeting one's parents is kind of a universal tradition, but in Ishti,
yeah.
I've heard that the bigger the flower.
It's a flower,
Feather
and you have to
in
make
that?
sure you really polish your swords very well.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll polish that sword.
But was it a flower or a feather? Like,
Is
can't
it
remember what you were supposed to wear with your hat.
pompadour? Yeah, I can't remember the word.
A what?
Is it pompadour? Yeah.
What is?
It's
what is-
another word
that's
for
a
it's.
hairstyle.
It's a very. It's a floof as a feather. I can't remember.
Floof of the feather.
Yeah, I believe in Ishti it's a feather. So
It's a feather.
they're like the most
Put a-
colorful Yes.
in my hat.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks.
It's a sign
thank
of
you.
respect.
Yeah. No, that's good to know. I mean, but we're not gonna make it Ishti anytime soon. I don't think, right?
It's on the other side of the continent right now.
It's a bit far, yeah.
Which means you have plenty of time to find that feather.
That's true.
Indeed.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be on the lookout.
And
That's
to
good
polish
know.
the sword.
I'm
Every
gonna
day,
polish
I
my
would
sword.
recommend.
I've polished my sword. I need
Every
that.
day, daily.
Yeah, daily.
Good
Well,
for you.
not daily. Whenever we get a chance.
Self-care is important.
Yeah. It's a family jewel. I gotta keep it. Gotta keep it. Very nice.
Just sit next to Ballin. I refuse to be a part of this.
It's going so horribly awry. It was a fairly innocent question, and now and it's just between us two.
Yeah. Why do you think I tried to answer it before those two?
Yeah, Bear's gonna make a great impression.
Indeed.
Just in case you have any doubt, 27.
I dare you to repeat that deception check.
What are you gonna try?
That was a good try.
I believe you. 100%. Like, okay.
Singer.
It's better than a cap.
Yep.
Valen, promise me if that day ever comes that we will actually protect him from his own
It's
stupidity.
probably one of us will have to travel with him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we could stop and meet your girlfriend on the way.
I don't even know where she is.
We'll find her.
Yeah. She's doing her thing.
You know what the best part of that whole interaction just was just now? You didn't deny that she wasn't your girlfriend.
That was a nod, yeah.
Shrinks just a little bit.
I'm getting better at this game.
And I'll be studying the spell book
Oh yeah.
from what's his name? Big. I can't remember.
Greenwood?
Endurio?
Greenwood.
Greenwood. That's a G. I would be studying Greenwood spellbook in this time.
Okay.
I don't know if there's any more to study though, but I'll study if there's something to be studied.
Yeah, and
Let me check.
I'm gonna study the map that we were given, as well as I'm gonna start doing some of my like initial forgery work for the Lirindil documentation. Just kind of looking at how the structuring, lettering, legalese.
I'm trying to find where I put it here.
I can't remember. I don't know how many times you can study spellbook. But yeah.
Well, don't you have to transcribe them too?
Yeah, if you want to keep the spell.
If I wanna
you
keep
wanna
the spell.
Put the spells in his spell book.
Yep. We got the time
And the money.
and the monies.
Actually,
We got some monies.
We need another diamond, don't we?
we do.
Wait, we can't even use it now. Shit.
Yeah, we can.
We don't have
Yeah, we can.
Wait, can you do this?
I may have learned some new tricks,
Did you?
but it still will require a diamond of 300 gold. So
Okay, that's good. Did you pick up any other healing spells?
not really spells, but I think I can help.
Okay.
If time's needed.
Okay.
How does that feel? To have that kind of power again?
Feels pretty good, actually. But I'm trying not to feel like it's a burden. So,
Do you have your sexy healing hands again?
no.
Well, can't be perfect. Listen, I know that you have sexy
I
healing
didn't
hands.
say anything.
I know that you have
Didn't
sexy
say
healing
anything. No,
hands.
he's got
I'm
the-
aware
yeah, yep.
that you've always had sexy
Yep.
healing hands.
No, I get it.
But
He has the sexy healing hands, and I just have healing hands. It's fine.
Just,
I'm not bad. It's okay.
just hands, yeah.
would you like me to call them sexy healing hands for
No, I
you too?
would not.
Would that make you feel comfortable?
It would make me feel uncomfortable.
That's why I've never called them your sexy healing
I
hands.
didn't say anything.
I could feel it. I could feel.
Listen, I'm come to terms with
Flames
it.
burning.
It's okay.
Flames.
It's fine. It's fine. I'll heal you. You don't have to call them sexy healing hands. Still got you.
How about
Strong, capable hands.
I don't like that. That feels very aggressive in an awkward way. I'll find a good name for them. You'll always have sexy healing hands to me, Stoic. Except when you like punch people with them. Then they're sexy violent hands.
Do me a favor.
Yeah.
Roll a d6.
D6.
Come on.
Give it 2 6.
Twice. 6.
3.
3.
Woo.
Okay.
Take both.
3, my lord.
Please, sir, may I have some more?
Oh, am I supposed to keep my other accent?
What's your name now?
So-
What do we call you?
Okay.
What
We're
am I
able to
thinking?
discern vampiric touch.
Vampire touch.
Ooh,
That's legit.
Mm-hmm.
that's a hell of a spell.
Yeah.
Yep, vampiric touch. Okay.
Stone skin.
Ooh,
Even that's
even better.
Right, stone skin and vampiric touch. Hot diggity do now.
Can't know. Can't know.
Big old
We all
little
have very different songs that all happen at once.
Actually, that's not a bad idea.
Yay! There's much rejoicing.
Have your ring up.
That's what I was doing, and then I thought about it. Oh, we have some downtime. Easy.
Yeah.
Can I get you to help me with something?
What is it that you need service for?
That, you're pretty good with that haste spell, right?
Not half bad, no.
You think you could load one up for me?
Have to first be attuned to that ring, yeah. Is that what you mean? Believe you have to be attuned to it to put a spell on it?
Item. I'm not sure how the storage part goes. I know you have to be attuned to it to use it, but
You can actually store it.
that's what I'm wondering. Can I have him store a spell in it?
Yeah.
A check. Where is it?
That's why I was checking.
Semantics. Honestly, this game is 90% math, 8% semantics, 2% tomfoolery.
30%
Only
rule
2%?
check.
There's a difference between rules lawyering and like rules like public defendering.
This is why I think that
Yeah.
Or in my case, too many years of Odyssey of the Mind. I'm just like, technically it doesn't say I can't do this.
Yeah.
That's a good
Yeah,
question.
no, it says any creature can cast a spell of 1st through 5th level into the ring by touching the ring as the spell is cast.
So he would spend a spell slot.
But for,
Cast it.
but for
into the spell.
resting.
Yeah.
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 That's why I was trying to do. That's why I try to do it in the
Right.
mornings
Yeah.
before a rest.
For
Because
rest, yeah.
my spells come back with a short rest. So that's when I
okay.
refill it.
How long do they store it? Infinitely or just 24 hours? Or
As far as I can tell, there's no time limit.
but once it's spent, it's spent. It's like
Yeah.
it's a one use.
Can you like, if it's not spent, do you have to like spend it to open up a spot?
I don't know. I just kind of assumed that you could cast the spell or
Just bump out one and put a
bump
different
it
one
out. Yeah, it can hold up to 5 levels. So I could put 5 first level spells
Right,
in there,
right.
Or 1 5th level spell.
yeah,
Or
and
yeah.
it kind of mismatch.
Yeah.
So
It's a real fun, exciting
No, I
game.
mean,
Sorry.
No, I'm not. I'm just like, I was like, it's very quiet while everyone's reading.
rules.
I think you would have to expel it. You'd have to use the spell. Like, there's no dismissal, so to speak.
Right.
There are rules on if it's there. If one has been cast into it, it's full. You can't. And anything you try to cast into it has no effect. So you'd have to expel it first, then cast.
well, what I had in there.
Well, you gave it to Valen last time.
Gave
No.
me,
Yeah, you did. We
Yeah.
went hunting
Yeah.
with it. Yeah.
Yeah, but he didn't end up
So
using it.
Valen still got it.
Yeah, it's still attuned to
technically,
Valen.
I do still. Well, I mean, we can.
Well,
I can give back to you. It's fine.
Yeah, because all it had left in there was 1 level 1 guiding bolt, so I could hold haste in it.
Okay. Yeah. Without any further ado, I get it.
Thank you.
Because haste is 4. Is that right?
Level 3,
Level 3.
3. Okay.
So then you still have one.
1
Yeah,
level
so
one
1.
5
left.
levels worth of time spells.
Yeah, and I'm gonna cast another guiding bolt into it. So now it's got 2 level 1 guiding bolts and a level 3.
So mark
Yep.
off both your spell slots then.
Yeah.
Yep. I just used my
I'm
third
assuming
spot.
there's a short rest in this ride, though. You said it was a very long journey.
Yeah, he was laying down in Bear's lap. I mean, if ever a short rest was had,
Very
it was
restful.
in the comfort of Bear's lap.
It's a very welcoming lab, guys. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just very nice down there.
But bear is not short.
So it's a long rest. Is that what you're saying?
This is Feywild logic here.
That's right.
My brain went somewhere else, and I didn't like that. I didn't want to be there.
Yeah.
I wanted to go back someplace safe.
Okay, so to be clear, are you taking it back or?
Yeah, no, he's
Yeah,
taking it
yeah, I'm taking it back.
Okay.
I've got it, and it's now
Cast them
loaded.
twice into
Yeah,
it.
we're gonna load it up over the trip.
Okay,
So
that should be fine. And yeah, there would be enough time to do short rests. So.
okay.
Wait, when
Okay.
did you get hurt?
I didn't get hurt.
Oh, never
I only have a maximum of 43 hit points. That is the maximum number of hit points that I have. Okay?
That is the hurt.
The hurt is that I am very soft and easily killable, as we have now discovered twice.
Okay. Anything else y'all want to accomplish?
I'm just studying the map and doing my forgery hours.
The app crashed. Is that good?
I got your character pulled up.
That's
so.
good. Okay.
'Cause I was looking at your spells.
Interesting note too, even though for you it doesn't matter because of what you just cast. In the future though, like if you do give it to somebody else, or like basically when somebody casts into it, when you release that spell again, it uses the spell save DC and casting abilities or anything of the person who cast it.
Oh, so it's not
So
my
if he casts a
DC.
fireball into the ring, it's
It's
going to be
his.
his stats for fireball, like the save DC and
Correct.
all that
Okay,
stuff, not yours.
that's good to know. Well, and I don't think haste
Yeah.
that has
Just buff
any,
you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
doesn't have any,
Right, yeah, but like
applicable.
guiding bolt.
Yeah,
in
that
this case
too.
would use yours. If you were to give it to somebody else and they cast guiding bolt, it would
It
be
would use
using
mine.
your
Okay.
stats.
That's good to know.
Or at least the key stats.
Sure.
Anything else treats it as if the person who's wearing it casts it. So
Okay.
we can get to that if it matters, but okay. So the journey goes on as you talk and as you do your various activities. But again, you find yourself in that strange space of just pitch black, repetitive motion, strange, especially after that long time in the room in Draetherian's hideout, then followed by the barrels, and you keep finding yourself in these places where time is hard to follow because you don't have any access to light or the outside world, and it's kind of starting to mess with your head a little bit. But after what seems like an eternity, you start to hear the sound of voices in the front, where in front of where the slot is. Get it?
Yeah, another week.
All right.
I've got daggers, and I'm just in one of those push off positions, ready for anybody to fight with us.
You're hearing the muffled tones are quiet but seem to be urgent sounding. You're hearing two voices.
Can I lean closer to those sounds and see if I can catch anything
Make a
specific?
perception check.
Oh, okay. Please be good to me tonight. That's gonna be, what are my skills again? Perception is not my highest skill. Wait, no it is. I lied. That is my highest skill. That's gonna be a 24.
24.
I forget that it's persuasion that I don't have great in. Perception I'm good.
Okay. You hear them. You start as you lean in closer to try to get close up to the slot to try to listen. You actually hear the sound of what sounds like birds' wings, kind of flap into place, like close by, and there's a bit of silence. And you hear a man's voice say, kind of low and gravelly, he says, "It's Den. The army knows there's a safe house there, but hasn't found it yet. They're trying to distract the advance unit so the villagers can escape. But he says there's more approaching behind us. You hear the woman's voice again say, curse it. We're gonna have to make for a safe house and then pray. As that happens, Easy, you suddenly, just sort of like in this moment of tension, your vision suddenly shifts. And you find your vision suddenly 50 feet over this wagon.
Yes.
As you hear this soft flapping around you,
Okay.
and you look up and you see ahead a town. And you can see in the distance on the far side of the town commotion of some sort. And what looks like, from a distance, it's very hard to see, but from this distance looks an awful lot like a large number of soldiers that are not just marching. Seem to be
In battle.
engaged in some sort of activity up there.
Okay.
And then your vision's back.
You alright? I can't explain, but I believe I saw what was outside Zavakin.
Was it an army?
It is a battle that's happening just ahead.
I just looked at it.
Interesting too is
Yeah.
from that vision you can see it's nighttime now.
Oh, it's at night.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's like flames and stuff.
Yeah, you're seeing flames and like the what looks like the distant gleam of like swords and things of that nature.
Gotcha. Yes. The town ahead is being sieged.
Wait, how do you know that?
Yeah, how do you know that?
I wish I could make up something, but I can't. I believe Galaxis? Let me look around.
She's not in there.
She's not in there? I know that I may be able to look through Galaxis' eyes, but I don't know where Galaxis is, so I don't know how.
Huh.
Well, if you could see an army, then she's outside somewhere.
Possibly, yeah. It's the only explanation I could think of.
Can you just do that when you want to? Is that when Galaxis like?
I think if Galaxis was to, yeah. She has not been privy to my ways of life.
Work on
Yet.
that relationship.
We're building it. We'll get there. It's complicated.
I lean back to hear if there's been any like additional pieces of information. Like there's, because the last I heard was, you said Denton,
Danton. Danton.
Danton, and then there's an army. They are currently trying to hold off while the villagers escape.
He said the army knows there's a safe house there, but haven't found it yet. They're trying to distract the advance unit so the villagers can escape. He says there's more approaching from behind us.
And that they need to find another safe house.
Well, she
Mentioned
says,
another safe house.
curse it, we'll have to make for the safe house and then pray.
Oh, so we're going into the thick of it because they haven't found the safe house yet. Cool. I just wanted to understand I understood which safe house you referred to. The one they haven't found yet.
As all this happens, you feel a lurch as there's a very quick increase of speed from in the wagon.
From what I understand, we are about to be sent to a safe house that is within the reach of the army in this current fray. The army doesn't know yet where the safe house is, but it is not a matter of if, it is a matter of when.
So it sounds like we should be prepared for anything. Which, why are we using the tattoos? We're all like sitting a foot away from each other.
Because I got a tattoo, and I really want to use it.
Okay, just making sure.
Crystal clear reception.
Plus, I can whisper and still hear you at full volume.
And it has gotten louder, to be fair,
Okay.
with the noise of the road.
And I'll touch my tattoo again, only to speak to Val and Baron Asura, but not.
He doesn't get it. Plus, I'm literally building a whisper network, and this is the most whisper network thing I could ever imagine. I feel super cool.
So, we have a choice to make because at some point, if they don't make it through this unapproached, are we going to try and stay neutral? Are we going to fight against the army? If we do, that's going to have implications.
I'm aware. This is so stupid. Feels like Eldoin all over again. I don't want to be in the middle of people's decisions on how they rule themselves. Because if I make any sort of decision and try to sway anything, I can leave whenever the hell I want. I don't have to deal with the repercussions of the decisions made.
All I know is if someone's coming at me with a sword, I'm gonna come at them with the sword.
I'll defend myself and I'll defend you all, but I want to know what the hell this person we're going to meet knows.
I'm going to cast the Wizard's Pass Without a Trace, right? And then a certain amount of group of people, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Which can include the...
It's a ritual, right? It takes time.
Yeah, it's within a distance of you, so.
Oh, okay.
Which could also include the driver.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll go ahead and cast it right now.
Okay. Nice. Nice. I love this spell so much. Yeah.
It's a plus 10 to all the NPCs.
That's right.
One of my favorite spells.
At this point, you feel like a lurch as the wagon comes to a stop, and you feel the slight movements as the sound of boots hitting gravel as the figures get off of the wagon. And after a moment, you hear the door behind you open up, and you see again the black cloaked figure with a white mask, and another shorter one with like much shorter, also but like wider build and stocky, but still wearing a white blank mask and all black, just like the other one. As they open it, you see a dark forest around you, and the shorter one says, "We got trouble. I hope you're worth something in a fight."
Is there any way we can not fight? Can we avoid it?
We're gonna try.
Okay.
Alrighty, just be ready. Eyes open. I go out first.
Oh, hold on, don't die.
Yeah, they step out and they you see her tie the rein up to a branch as they're just kind of quickly trying to ditch this and start making their way off in a certain direction around the woods. But you can hear, as you guys hop out, you can see distantly through the woods bits of orange like fire, and you hear the distant sounds of the occasional screams and occasional clashes of metal and things of that nature. But they silently start walking off and leading you, and she turns briefly to say, like, "Stay low, stay quiet, follow us."
Stealth.
So,
Stealth,
stealth checks.
Yep.
Do we get that plus 10?
You do.
Yay! Hand down.
Hat down.
Need it.
I think I'm at
It's not great, Bob.
Yep. Disadvantage.
Oh, jeez.
Do I get advantage because of sound right now? Because we're in the dark?
If the check's related to sound, which this is not just related to sound, it's
Okay.
it's about moving
Do you need your sense?
unnoticed.
I'm pretty sure I know what I've got.
Completely.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Is it still plus 2?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
still okay.
Alright, alright.
I rolled really bad.
I know.
And plus 10 really
Plus
bad.
that makes a
Plus
big
10.
difference.
Plus 10 is the
Coming clutch.
major.
All right, Valen,
26.
Bear,
13. Rolled a
That's
2.
right.
28.
Stoic,
19.
and easy.
Dirty 20.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm wearing that armor, the splint armor we stole from that guy. So
Oh,
I'm
disadvantaged.
again.
Got it.
I'm not strong enough to win core. But I don't have disadvantage anymore, so.
That's true.
Pros and cons.
Okay. So, they seem to be leading you in this sort of arcing path, like skirting around the village. And you can see there are times where people are fleeing the village and being chased by these soldiers. You see brief glimpses sometimes, and they're definitely dressed in the garb of Lirindilian soldiers. Chasing them down and catching them if they can, and just dragging them back towards the village. You know, if they put up too much of a fight, you know, they sometimes get killed. There's at one point where you need to cross a path that appears to lead from the village, and you stop as you see a wagon, like, just barreling out of the town, trying to make its escape, as more soldiers on horseback chase it. But don't seem to notice you as they barrel past in a dead gallop, chasing this wagon with a man that you didn't get a good glimpse of, just looking terrified.
Would we be able to know? Are there any magical attacks happening, or is it just like man-made attacks? Like, do we see spells or hear spells?
Not sure from this distance.
Okay.
You're not seeing into the village very much, like just distance. You know that it's there, but you're staying a distance away from it.
Gotcha.
So after they pass, they stealthily lead you across the road into a new patch of woods. I need another stealth check.
Oh.
Gotta re-roll. Dang it.
Okay, even better.
Holy smokes.
Stoic's
Yeah.
invisible.
Did you turn invisible?
No, I
That's
rolled
funny.
a nat 20.
Okay. Okay. Val?
34.
Bear?
25.
Hey.
Yes, sir.
30.
Easy.
14.
Okay.
You rolled a nat 20. I rolled a 30.
And I only rolled an 11.
I rolled a 2 this time. I rolled a 2 this
We
time.
traded.
You cast the spell, and it was about 10 minutes before you stopped. So, and then from there, making your way slowly through the woods to this point, you're at about 20 minutes past that, so about halfway through.
Halfway
About
through
30
it.
minutes, like
Got
halfway
it.
through your,
Okay.
your spell.
Gotcha. Halfway through there.
Eventually, as you continue on in this new patch of woods, after about 10 more minutes of just, and you're moving at a slow pace because they're trying to.
Okay.
You can tell as you're watching these two figures, even this kind of shorter, stockier figure, who's not maybe as lithe as the taller one. It's very clear that they've been trained in this. That it's very clear that they know how to move in situations like this. To some degree or another, and they are very alert and very perceptive and very very stealthy. At one point, they quickly make a motion to get down, as you see several soldiers kind of trotting through the forest toward you. You see them, you hear a couple of them talking about somebody who they thought ran this way. And they seem to be just kind of trudging through the woods, looking for them.
This is fine. This is totally fine.
Good.
They can't see me. That's right.
as these 3 soldiers make their way, you start to see they're going to intersect your group. And you kind of try to position yourselves as best you can as one of them almost steps on your foot, just barely missing it as they walk by, looking through, almost catching some of the woods on fire with their torches, but somehow not seeing you guys as they make their way past.
Holy cow. Well, 14, I was pretty sure.
Yes.
Oh, I'm done.
I know, I'm like holding my breath, like,
Yep.
You see, there's after some time, they give a little bit more time for them to make their way out and make sure it's safe to move again. The 2 figures get up and motion for you to follow them again.
Okay.
Need a new stealth check.
Is this still
With or
So
without?
far, it's still, you're probably, let's see, at this point, I'd say you're at 40 minutes.
Okay.
So pretty close. Back to bad.
It's gonna be a 37. I go with a natural 20.
hey, look at you. Who rolled that 20? Said who rolled
Bear?
that 20?
This is from
14.
Double Helix.
Nice.
Sorry?
30 again.
Easy?
31.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Stoke.
Almost
24.
Wow.
Nice.
Wow. Wow.
Definitely making a difference for you guys here.
Yeah. Made a huge
The
difference.
day you learned that spell was the most important day ever.
Eventually, as you continue moving a little bit further, you see there's probably about 10 minutes later,
Okay.
you start to see increasing amounts of this orange fire in front of you.
Okay.
And you hear like them kind of whisper just briefly to each other, and then you get closer and closer to this fire, and it becomes very apparent that the forest itself is catching on fire.
Nuts.
And they kind of stop and talk to each other for a moment, and then turn to you and say, "There's nothing for it. We gotta go through. It's gonna get hot."
Oh boy.
I like hot.
Hope so. So, I need, as a general thing for this, I want you guys to make dexterity checks
Okay.
to get through this fire without.
That's not con.
Is it saving throw or just checks?
Yeah, fire.
Right now, it's just a check to
Okay.
make your way through the.
Oh.
Okay.
Use my fire-looking dice. It worked out. And it worked out greatly.
Hey.
There
Are those the fireballs I gave you?
Mm-hmm. Use my fire dice.
Okay. Well.
17.
Okay. Bear.
9.
9. There's a moment where a branch falls and you're not able to get out of the way, hitting you, and it's actually a pretty hefty branch, so it actually takes you a second to like untangle yourself, and you take 10 points of fire damage.
Oh my god.
Okay. I don't like being a rebel.
That was a high roll.
19.
Okay, easy.
Natural 20 with 22 total.
12.
12. You also have a moment where you try to step over a log, and it actually is a lot more rotten than you thought it was, and there's fire inside the log, like going up your leg, and giving you 6 points of fire damage. Easy, I need you to make a dex saving throw.
Another dex.
You would get plus 3, plus 4.
Plus 4, I think.
Yeah.
Your aura.
Plus 5. Plus 5.
Plus 5? Not good enough. 5 plus 2.
It's +3 on your dex save.
Oh, okay, okay. Oh, wait, so 3 plus 5, 8. 8 plus 3 equals 12. Wait, no. What? 11. 11.
Yeah.
11.
Not good. Oh.
There is, as you're making your way through this, there is a sudden cracking noise as a tree that's just fully engulfed in flame starts to fall over, and you're not able to get fully out of the way, and you're going to take
2 dice, at least.
Sorry, I can't math here.
That's not good.
15 points of fire damage as this tree slams down.
Oh no.
And I also need you to make a Constitution
Saving throw?
saving throw or concentration check.
Concentration check. Oh yeah, concentration.
I don't need anything from me for that.
Yeah. This is concentration's constitution, right? Or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 12.
A 12, and it's 10 or half, so 10. Yeah, so you're okay.
Is he pinned or is he?
I just got knocked. I just
Uh,
got hit.
yeah, you're hit. You're not pinned down.
Alright, so
I'm gonna grab Easy after seeing the tree, and I'm actually going to wrap him. Like I'm basically gonna like body shield him because I can take the heat, and I'm just gonna like start helping him get through like the steps safely.
it's a small sizzle, yeah.
You okay?
It's good, yeah. It's good.
Just lean on me.
Yep, that's good.
You're not strong.
Just
Okay.
I am strong.
but is this good?
I have an emotional strength.
You make your way past this flaming section of the forest back into an area, it's seemingly outside of the fire, and back into the regular forested area, and you kind of continue making your way, and they eventually lead you around to a place where it looks like there's like a farmhouse kind of at the edge of the village, and you can see what like you might recognize as what looks to be like a tiered like rice farm, but you know, with instead of water, you know, it's ice at this point, and obviously not in the works right now. But you can see a couple of smaller buildings as part of this farm in this area. At this point, though, your Pass Without a Trace wears off.
Okay.
So I am going to need you guys to make one more stealth check.
Alright.
As they relay to you, this is where you guys are going to try to enter the village.
Oh, we're going in.
Okay.
16.
5.
30, 20.
14.
19.
That's not bad. 2 fairly decent rolls.
Yep. Yep.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Here we go.
Bear's got his hand stuck in the cookie jar.
No, I think it's one of these NPCs got us messed.
As you guys, you take a moment and you kind of survey this area to make sure it's clear. And they eventually finally give the signal as the short one kind of takes the lead and starts moving forward. The other one behind you, the taller one behind you, and starts leading you kind of up the path towards this farmhouse. And there's a moment where you see a figure of some sort moving up by the farmhouse, and at that moment you see the shorter figure in front like take a step and accidentally step in one of the areas that's ice covered, and the ice gives out, giving this noise as he freezes. As you all freeze for a second, the cloaked figure stops for a moment, and then off on the 2 buildings to the side, you see these shapes seem to almost detach from the house, the buildings on either side, and with this movement, you see these 2 winged shapes start flying towards you.
Is there any way to
What?
dart off to the sides?
I'm gonna need you to roll initiative.
Here we go.
Go grab the map. Mine is a 15.
Okay.
I need my good rolls back.
I've been rolling solid all
like, I don't want to jinx it.
Mm. Ooh. Nice.
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 Yeah.
Beep, 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 beep.
They look like winged. I can't tell.
Winged scary things, are they good or bad? Are you a good witch or a bad witch?
I'm just a witch.
Witch.
Witch mountain.
Ain't no mountain high enough.
There we go. That's the one.
That's the ticket.
Yeah.
Alright.
I'm so scared. It's so scary.
We're stuck at a little narrow bridge. Great.
Great.
Love that for us.
So
10 out of 10
fun.
would
Yeah,
recommend.
that's all girls.
Alright.
I'm not stupid anymore.
Did you roll initiative? 15?
Yep.
Alright, sorry.
At least
20 or higher?
20.
20?
That's me rolling low.
15 or higher? I know you got 15.
15.
Which one of you wants to go first?
I'll go second.
Okay.
Ten or higher?
I got 12.
4.
Oh no.
I see where your dice magic went to.
I know, right? From
I
last
had,
week.
I had one good roll.
It's true.
Alright.
It's been a pretty good day so far. Get anti magic.
No,
Oh,
don't
yeah,
give it to me.
I
No. Refuse.
Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby?
It's on Jed.
Okay.
Not
Sarah.
waiting.
As an important note,
Yes.
one of the things that, as you see these shapes detach from these buildings and start swooping towards you, it's a confusing experience for a moment because it almost looks like it starts to split into multiple entities that seem to be shifting in place. So, what would you like to do?
Before I do anything, I look back at the masked person. Do they look like this is friend or foe? Are they reacting like this is foe?
They immediately drew weapons.
Perfect. I take out my bow. I close one eye to see if I can not get whatever weird multi thing is happening, and I try to find a single point of target on one of these flying things that detach from the house. I'm just gonna shoot.
Okay, which one? Left or right?
As it came out, I'm on left. I'll go with that side.
Okay. Alright, make an attack roll.
That's going to be with my bow. That is going to be 20. Dirty
That
20.
hits.
And that is
Nice.
going to be... what are my dice again? I do this plus sneak attack plus this is an auto crit because it's my assassinate. So that's going to be 9. 9 is 18. 18 doubled is 36 plus 3 is 39.
Okay. So, give me a second.
Is it 3D or is it 4? Let me double check what my current.
Actually.
Am I 3D or am I 4D right now? I think 4D.
Larry, I was going to go second, but
It's not too late if you want to switch.
maybe I should go first.
Okay.
That's fine.
Alright, hold on.
Oh, sorry, I have one more d6. Oh, that's only 2. So that's going to be 18, 19, 20. So it's going to be 43.
Okay.
Sorry, I forgot to get an extra d6.
Alright. So. I have to roll. So as you immediately take aim and let loose on this kind of shifting, this collection of shapes, you see your bolt goes through one of the shapes, and you see it dissipate, but doesn't seem to.
Damn it! I made so much damage on that. Ugh.
Getting a clearer look, it looked like it was 3 shapes, and now there's only 2.
Interesting.
Hate it. Hate it. Hate it here.
That was rough.
Hate it here. That was 43 points of damage.
Yeah, that was rough.
Ugh. I'm gonna go home now. Good night. I hate this game. And then I am going to, it's ice right now, right? Like these fields are not water, they're ice. Right. Is there any hiding, like, is there any way I can get a hiding place?
Yeah, there are tiers, like it's tiered, so like this area right here is lower than this area, which is lower than this, etc. All of them are lower than this, so like you can possibly get hiding, basically, and they are elevated at the moment, so it's going to depend on who you're hiding from. So for example, if you could probably use, this path ridge to hide from one side or the other, but not necessarily the other one. Does that make sense?
I'm basically just going to make the decision of trying to hide from as many things as I can. So big guy up there and at least one of flying guys. If I can get an angle that at least mitigates 2 points of view from at the moment, I'm just going to do my best to hide. Does that make sense?
So where would you like to go?
I already shot at this guy. This guy kind of already knows where I am. I want to tuck up under in here, so at least this guy and this guy can't see me in the shadow.
Okay. For the sake of information too, if you try to move through the ice, it may or may not be solid. When you try to, as you've seen before, there are probably places where it's not fully solid. So you don't know how that's going to go. But in either case, it's going to be difficult terrain to move through.
I'm just going to tuck along the edge of it, trying not to get too far into the ice right now. So I can still technically grab
you're
on.
still fine. That's going to use your full movement to get there.
It wasn't great. It was not good for my stealth.
What was it?
I only rolled a 4, so that's going to be 13 for my stealth. Ugh.
All right.
Get it here. You go away.
Okay. So first, this one on the right.
Oh boy.
Flies this way. And you suddenly hear this horrible layered otherworldly moan issue forward as it's just like, I need you all to roll a wisdom saving throw.
Oh,
+5, everybody.
wisdom.
+5, everybody?
Yep.
Yeah. Needed that.
Yes.
Come on. Come on.
Yes. These guys are literally on fire.
Fire!
Disco Inferno.
That's you.
Then just mold it down.
Yes. So good. Can you put damage on here now? Technically, I'm 15.
Does it have markers on you guys? Hold on.
Are you able to click on damage? No.
Not for
okay.
you.
Okay, I just double checking.
Yeah, you gotta manually mess that. I can't make any changes to it.
Okay.
21.
24.
Dirty 20.
16.
Natural 20.
Dang. Look at that. Okay.
Our brains have been messed with enough.
You can't make us hurt ourselves.
We do it every day for free. You can't emotionally traumatize me. I'm already traumatized.
No, it makes me bleed my own blood.
Nobody. I read it in a book.
We have a mental sweat.
We should watch that movie next.
I know, right?
Is that
That's dodgeball.
Oh, it's Dodgeball. I was like,
Ben Stiller's character.
yeah, I was thinking about Zoolander. I was like,
It's pretty
wait,
close.
Male models.
But why
Male
male
models.
models?
Did you not just hear?
This whole thing in a
Just
sense.
said that.
Okay.
David Duchovny's so good.
I won't lie, all his movies kind of blend together in my brain.
Oh, sure.
yeah,
for
oh, yeah.
sure.
They're all one character.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't play another character. It's just Ben Stiller.
Mm-hmm.
Variations on the death of Ben Stiller.
That's not a big fan of dodgeball.
Dang. Okay. Well,
And Dodge Wrench.
If I'm gonna watch
He-
a sports movie, I'm going basketball every time.
It's a solid choice.
What a bold choice.
Honestly, remember the Titans is the best sports movie.
That
Stand
well,
by
basketball and the
Quack,
replacements.
quack, quack,
So-
quack.
this one rolling a nat 1 on its perception.
Hey! What now?
What was he perceiving?
Sarah.
Oh.
And I only rolled a 13 on stealth. I take it.
He fell miserably.
Going to run up and attack Stoic.
Of course he is.
Of course he is.
I only have 43 hit points. Have fun,
So,
kids.
he is going to roll a 21.
That'll hit.
That will hit.
Wow.
So, first, you are going to take
First things first.
I'm the realist.
13 points of piercing damage.
Oh, this thing's nasty.
And you feel you and again, this is nighttime, so it's all dim light right now. So you see this black winged shape come at you, and you feel sharp teeth biting into you as you feel its wings wrap all the way around you and start and just contract as it holds on to you. You are blinded and unable to breathe as it is covering over your face, like specifically your head, like wrapped around.
It's like the alien things.
Yeah. As it makes another attack with its tail with advantage.
Oh no!
Because
I don't like
blinded.
this. I don't
And
want
that
it.
is going to be an 18 to hit.
That hits.
That hits. And that didn't count. How much was that damage?
The initial damage?
The first one was 13
13, okay. It was-
piercing.
Yeah.
The second one is 7 slashing.
Slashing.
Halved.
Yes!
Is that your resistance?
Yeah. So does the split go to me or go to you?
It's a 7 split, so.
So 3 or 4.
It's always rounded down, so 3.
So 3. Okay.
Okay.
And I'm face crap.
Face
The
grappled.
face hugger.
Face hugger.
Oh, yeah, I went there too. Don't worry about it.
All
Kenny, I
right.
appreciate that you're the one who goes to the gutter with me. You're like, hey, come follow me.
The guy at the top.
The guy.
The dude.
Yeah, I don't know if he's friend.
Wait.
I'm gonna venture bad.
Yeah, I don't. It's kind of
He
obvious.
summoned his 2 winged friends.
He's not.
Oh, he summoned him? Okay.
I'm assuming.
He saw us. Well, I guess like the bird saw us too.
I mean, we're gonna find out real fast. If
gonna
he's
find out
friend.
today.
We're gonna find out.
Surprise, motherfucker.
So he runs forward, and he gets close enough, and it's still dim and very dark, but you see just enough to be able to see a crown uniform.
Oh yeah. Okay.
And he is going to pull out a crossbow.
Don't
and
like
make a
that.
couple attacks. On Valen.
What? I guess he's impartial to the NPCs.
No, actually, he would be attacking him.
Oh, we need them
Yeah,
alive.
screw them.
Screw that.
We don't know where we're going.
Well, we only need 1, not both.
Calculating. Calculating.
Kill the mini-me.
First one misses, second one hits. That's going to be 5.
Acceptable losses.
Acceptable loss.
Not too bad.
Unless they both need to be like the turn the key, you know,
Yeah,
unlock
at the same
thing.
time.
Then we're screwed.
Yeah, you don't know that only, they each have half of a password.
Dang it.
Each of them has a key and they have to turn it simultaneously.
That's it.
Okay.
Come on, Captain.
Not too bad. Val.
Alright.
Valerin.
As a note, this one over here is about 20 feet up right now.
That's what I kind of figured. I figured they were kind of. I think I want to step over and try to take the one off of Stowe's head.
This one here.
Yeah. Stab at its face with my sword. Sword.
Sword.
Sword.
You're using a sword.
Hmm?
You're using a sword?
That's a katana.
Yeah.
Okay. It's his Kensei weapon.
Okay. So 21 to hit,
That hits.
and I'm going to do a key point to try to stunning strike it. See if this does anything.
Okay.
Come on.
So that means it's got to roll a. Oh, what's the save? I know it's a.
It's a number more than one.
Yep, this is con save of 14. Well,
Okay.
Very helpful.
Very helpful. So helpful.
That is a save.
okay, well it's 10 points of damage. Taking another attack.
10 points of damage, you
Yep,
said?
10 points of damage.
Hold on.
Is he still shimmery like more than one of them?
So, it's dark and crazy. I want you to make a perception check real quick.
You got this.
Alright.
You got this.
You're so perceivable.
You're so perceptive.
Perceptive, that's the
Yeah,
word.
we don't want him to be perceivable.
Perceivable.
We want him to be perceptive. Those are two different experiences.
Well, he's both, actually.
I got that. Okay. So perception check.
You can do this.
You know what? I'm gonna flip that luck stone because I have a feeling what it's going for. Just to make sure. It's even worse. Okay, so it's a 13 on the perception check.
Okay. Then. Okay. Go ahead and continue your attack. It's
Okay.
10 points, you said?
10 points on that first one.
Okay.
Same thing. Stab at its face again. 15 to hit.
15 barely hits.
Okay. Same thing. I put another stunning strike into that. That is 8 points of damage.
That's a save.
Dang it. Stop saving.
8 points.
Yep. Let's see. I'm just going to do an unarmed strike on it. Nothing. Yeah.
Okay.
Not going to do flurry of blows here, just to bring you an unarmed strike. Let's see. So that's 24 to hit.
Yep.
6. So that is 10 points of damage.
Okay. So 28 total.
Mm-hmm.
This is what the perception check was for. Stoic. As he runs up and starts attacking, you feel this odd sensation as something seems to be shifting in the creature itself, and you end up taking half of that damage.
What the deuce?
And the creature only takes half. So
This creature is.
you take 14 points of damage from him.
Okay.
Better say something because I didn't see it.
Ow! Are you mute with this thing around your face?
Hit harder next time.
Oh my god, he killed Stoic!
So 14, you can reduce it to 10 because some of that was slashing.
Okay. Nice. Okay, which one did you attack? That one?
The one on Scott.
The one on him? Oh, man.
What's on now?
It was 18 of that was slashing.
I just
Yeah.
went with 10.
Half of it was 9, halved again is 4. So it was easy to reduce it by 4. Yeah, reduce it. I guess that would actually be.
I thought it was having
5.
28 to 14 and then taking.
Well, no, not all of it was slashing.
Right, but I thought he was taking half the damage from the creature.
Right.
Which is taking down to 14. He took half the damage from
You
the
had
creature.
10 and 8 that was
Oh,
slashing
okay.
damage.
Yeah, I'm doing the full. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm sorry, I didn't move you here. Right there. Is that good?
Yeah, I'm staying. I'll stay right where I am.
Well, you would have had to move to attack.
Right. Yeah.
So.
That's where I'm gonna stay.
Okay, cool. Then Stoic. What would you like to do?
Okay, after feeling all that, bonus action, I'm gonna cast my Spirit Shroud.
Okay.
So, as I scream out from being in pain, you will see that suddenly golden, translucent angel wings wrap around me like a cloak in like a 10-foot radius. Oh yeah, it's awesome.
It's awesome.
Sweet. You know what spell this is, right? Doug. You know what spell? Do you need to know the spell? Just so you can double check it. Spirit Shroud.
No, I know the. I'm reading
Okay.
it. Yeah. As a note, though, for your particular situation, it can't be necrotic.
No.
It says you can choose between cold or
Yeah.
or radiant or necrotic, but you can't choose necrotic. In
Yeah,
this case.
I wouldn't.
Okay.
I wouldn't dream of it. Okay, so now that that's out and around me, I would like to then cast my Eldritch Blast as my action. Just put my hands up on the guy like this and cast it at point blank range. Clear! Pretty much.
Yeah, you are blinded, so it's still going to be disadvantage.
Is it? Okay.
We're losing.
Alright, first one.
No.
That roll was so good and that
It was, so first one is a 9.
That does not hit.
Okay.
So you guys see this bolt of energy, which at this point doesn't look the same as it has. Like in the past, it's looked like that kind of smoky, fiery, grayish bolt, and now is like this bright, shimmering, golden color. As it shoots up into the sky.
Oh no. Great. I love it. A flare in the darkness. Love that for us.
And the second one. Oh, baby. Okay, I'll take that. And the second one is a 26.
Yeah, buddy.
Because I rolled a nat 20 and a 19.
There we go.
Almost double 20.
Yeah.
Barely asked for better.
Okay. So it's a D10. Yes. So that is 5 plus 4. So that's 9. I'm trying to remember what kind of damage this is. It's force damage. So that's 9 force damage, and then 5 radiant damage on top of that.
9. And how much radiant?
5.
5? Okay. So, sorry. So you're going to take 4 force damage and 2 radiance
What?
reduced to 1 because you're
Because I'm
resistant.
taking half of it. Yeah, because I'm resistant to
So
radiant.
5 total. To
Yep.
you.
I was hoping my Eldritch Blast was radiant, but it's not. So I was like, damn.
Wait, what does that spell do? The circular thing, Spirit Shroud.
It adds a D8 to all of my attacks.
Oh.
Plus, it halves their speed or reduces their speed by 10 feet.
Wow.
Any creature that you can see, which you can't see anything right now.
I thought I was blinded
Starts
because that's
in-
all I see is the creature. But no, that works.
You would start its turn reduce the speed of 10 feet.
Okay. Yeah. So, but that ends my turn. I'm not gonna move. I'm blind.
I want you to get your mace next time. Just
Apply directly to the forehead. Apply directly to the forehead. Apply directly to the forehead.
Okay. Easy.
All right. Oh gosh. All right. Let's take a look.
It's in a book. Reading rainbow.
All right.
Can't do anything.
Interesting anecdote. As a very small child, and I like my mom was huge into Star Trek Next Generation, so like I watched that like with her like every night, and then when I saw Reading Rainbow, I'm like, that's bullcrap. He's blind.
I did the same thing. The same thing.
How's he gonna read?
Yep.
How's he supposed to read? I had a very different childhood experience because I also watched Next Generation as a child, and then I saw him, and I was like, my aunt who's blind, I was like, he can read Braille too. Like I was convinced that he was reading all these.
So wait,
Braille.
you were telling your blind aunt, look.
Yeah.
Your blind aunt, look.
Yes. She finds it funny when I say that.
Look. I mean, could she see the humor?
Oh my gosh.
All right, easy. What you got?
I'm going to.
It's kind of funny.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast Fireball at the one on the right hand side. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna aim it. Since it's up in the sky still, I'm just gonna go ahead and cast Fireball at it.
Fireball in the sky. Fireball in the sky. I don't know why I suddenly got removed.
Want to go twice as high.
Oh, y'all just send flares out at this point.
Gotta like the soldiers see, and they come to me.
Ambush in the race.
Dex save of 16
Oh yes.
for that flying figure.
If they didn't know we were here, they know we're here now.
This is why I don't do magic.
Why? Did you say fire bolt?
Because I don't call attention to myself.
I want the
Carries in
ball.
dark.
It's a
Yeah,
fail.
okay.
Oh!
Alright, so
Need to borrow some dice?
Yeah.
it is, what is it? It
10
is
10? Yeah.
no, it's 8 d6s.
Oh.
How many d6s?
So I've got 4.
Okay.
I need another 4.
You've got D6s for days.
Get away with
Let
that.
me see how this other thing works, though.
How it works.
Whoops. That's not very good.
That's not very good.
Law of averages, buddy.
Oh, I'm trying to figure out how his crazy thing works with area stuff.
I don't know.
Area of effect.
It was flying about. How high was it flying?
20 feet above.
20 feet above.
Glad you didn't shoot the one stuck to my face.
I mean,
Somebody's
I'm gonna go ahead and
force
do it,
field.
because I think that makes sense.
Okay. Alright,
Yeah.
so let me math it up real quick. 6, 9, 12. 12 plus 10, 22. It's a half of 22. So 11 points of fire
It did
damage.
not save. So,
Oh, it did not save.
yeah, so 22.
22 points of fire damage then.
So as you send that familiar mote of red light forward, suddenly the whole area is illuminated with fire and a large as you see it momentarily engulfed in this flame, and you hear like this as it takes on this fire damage.
Yes! Yes!
You did it.
I did some damage to it.
Yay.
Proud of you.
Or 2 of them. If it's 2 of them in there.
Well, we don't know. 3, 2.
3, 2, 1. Yeah.
Okay.
AoE. And then I'm gonna stand behind Valen. Get him, Valen, get him.
I mean, you're going to duck down.
Yeah.
You're like 6'5" or
I'm
something.
beautiful, yeah.
Yeah, he's a very tall man.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you're a very normal man.
Yep. Average height.
I'm gonna sick my monk friend on you.
That's right.
Yeah, get him. Get him. You get him.
Okay, it is the rebel's turn.
Yeah.
Rebel, rebel.
Alright, so this one is going to dash forward to this guy and make an attack on him. Oh, actually.
Now I've got rebel yells. Never mind. Jesus.
He's actually going to step backwards behind you, and he pulls out a longbow.
Okay.
Who pulls up the longbow?
Our rebel friend. Is this the dwarf?
The red.
Is he a dwarf or just a short human?
There's a short, stocky person.
Don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he's covered. He's wearing in black with a mask on, so you have no idea what he is. But he is going to fire and roll on that one.
Oh no!
So
I don't.
good. So good. I love it. Love
No,
that.
no wonder you're losing this.
I hope you guys are good at fighting.
You whip that one.
You can say anything but this one.
Yeah.
The reason why I have all those is
And you see, and you
To
saw
heal
this. You kind of, if you were paying attention, you would have seen this begin with the moan of the creature. But you see the tall one behind you start to run, like just take off.
Are you kidding me?
Oh, failed to save.
Yeah.
Failed to save, so
Oh.
Freaked out.
Fear.
fear, yeah, whatever it is.
Yeah, running away.
Shoot.
Come back.
So it's just they're like, no, that is fine. We're in an unknown country in an unknown place. You just run away. Have fun.
Okay.
So let me.
Technically.
So she is technically 25 feet off screen here.
Retro.
Just run as far away as she can.
Yeah. But she.
Does that interfere?
I think so.
Wait,
Depends on the spell. There's a couple of spells that do it. But
I'm not gonna risk my sneak attack.
no, that's totally metagaming anyway.
Sure.
Well, actually, she doesn't have to run away. She just can't move closer.
Yeah, depending on which one.
It's because it's not the one where she's like, take like her action or bonus action or whatever it is to movement.
But she is gonna have disadvantage on her attack.
Yeah.
Every time I hear this song.
Yeah. And she is not fully aware of what's going on, so she's going to attack the one on Stoic.
You'll be fine.
Which is disadvantage, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a disadvantage. As you see her
Slash her! Slash her!
take out a dagger and chuck
Yes!
it at him.
No, that's piercing. Shit.
That's
All of my attacks are piercing.
13, which does
Good
not
for me.
hit, so, you know, bittersweet.
Okay, yeah, bittersweet.
Can you
was-
him?
Yeah, I can't do that. I can't do that either.
I can't make that noise.
It's got a leak in here.
She is going to she's going to duck down into the icy water here and try to hide.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool.
Dang it. That's a nat 20. She has a disadvantage.
Oh,
She rolled an 18 on the second one. So
Alright,
she's-
alright.
no. Girl, just hide. Just hide. Just,
Take the book. Take a page from the source book.
yeah, hide.
29. So she's
Hey!
pretty good.
I only rolled a 13. Good for you.
So she roguish of some sort.
Or at least just very good at sneaking.
Mm-hmm.
Bear, you're up.
I'm going to the crossbow guy, but I'm going to specifically stand this side of him.
Let me see.
Oh, mine melee?
I'm going to say you're barely out of it.
Okay.
It's close.
Barely.
Barely. Bear with me. Can I stand on that side of him?
Sure.
1 kilo.
And my bonus action, I will cast Thunderous Smite.
I was really just
Okay.
calling the whole army out here.
We already did. So I thought about like there's already been 2 signals. Add a third. And
Three's company too.
pulling out the Sable Blade. First attack is. Sorry.
Smack me.
Keep it in the tray.
I have no idea where that was.
First attack is a 21.
Okay, that hits.
Alright, so that's 1d6 for you. Thank you so much. And sorry I smacked you.
It's just more funny than it.
So that damage. Can I roll a d6? That damage is 10, 12 plus 4. So 16. And
Nice,
he has to pass a strength check of 16.
Or,
He gets pushed back.
okay. He is just going to go ahead and use his reaction called Unyielding to resist that.
Oh!
So we learned something.
Interesting.
Alrighty.
So
You just see him as you come down on him, and you unleash this thundering thing into this guy, and you can see now close that he's got this pretty hefty plate armor on, and you see him just bear down for a second and lock himself in place in this kind of practice maneuver that allows him to kind of resist this wave of thunder over him as he steps back and pulls out a morning star.
there's a definite look of like, wait, I hit him. It worked. Like, what happened? Coming in again for another Sable Blade swing. Damn. 11.
That does not hit.
Okay. Okay. Then yeah, that's all she wrote.
Okay. Back to Asura.
Alrighty, I'm trying to figure out what would make me the most useful right now. Do I hit flying? With my passive perception, did I notice that Stoic was taking damage when the thing in front of me was taking damage? I have a 19 passive perception.
I'd say yeah.
Alrighty, I'm just going to say, you're hurting Stoic when you do that to you. And then I'm going to be done. And I'm going to run to where Bear went, to that guy, crossbow guy.
Okay.
I'm not going to hurt you.
I don't do you.
Do I get advantage because I was hiding and he wasn't perceiving me on this first attack? Because I'm coming from hiding.
Well, let me see if he rolled a 13. Sorry. Yeah.
Because he was paying attention to that other guy in Bear.
Let's see what his perception is. No, you get advantage. You didn't notice.
Great. So I'm going to take out my Kopesh, so that's the Blade of Transference.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to attack the guy with that. And that is going to be a... Hopefully this hits. That's going to be 17 to hit.
17 does not hit.
Then with my offhand, I take out the sapphire dagger. I'm going to try to attack him. Okay, that's 24. Yeah, no, 25 to hit.
25 hits.
That is going to be a sneak attack because my friend is in proximity. Hey, that's going to be 10, 12, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 piercing damage. Plus 1d4, 3 lightning damage for the
Total.
dagger.
Totaling.
What did I, 5, 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 piercing, 3 lightning, 19, 20, 21, 22. 22 points of damage
Okay.
on my dagger. And then with the rest of my movement, I'm backing away from him because he can't use his reaction to attack me.
Yeah, I spent it already. Here, well.
Where are you going?
I'm backing up back towards where I was. Because it was like about 15 to get out and 15 to
So
get
you're
back.
lower, so 5 feet to get up. Then
Just back towards that, as far back as I can.
10, so you use 20 to get there, so you'd have 10 left. So
Then back me up 10 back towards where I was.
you wouldn't quite make it to where you were. You'd be
That's
like
fine. As
here.
close as I can be. Because if he wants to chase me, Bear gets an attack.
Do get an attack.
I was really hoping I could use my Blade of Transference on him.
Okay.
Even with advantage, I rolled.
You get advantage?
Yeah, because I went from hiding.
Oh, that's right.
Okay, it is their turn. So he's going to go first, and he's going to take a couple attacks on Bear.
Do it to it.
First one
Bears.
is an 11, which is not going to do it.
Miss.
And a 12, which is also not going to do it.
Double miss.
Then,
Just curious, what is he doing? Is he like swinging with a sword? Like what
well,
is
he pulled out a Morning Star,
Oh, that's
so
right.
he is, you know, you hear, as he pulls this out, you hear the whoosh as the chain
hits.
unwinds this wicked looking thing as he just takes one practiced swoop at you and makes these two quick things, putting you on your toes as you have to
Yeah.
like move very quickly to dodge it, as he is obviously very strong and practiced at this.
Okay.
But he's obviously taking some damage too, and so it seems to be affecting him. So
All right.
giving you just enough time to step back and maneuver out of the way of this wicked-looking element.
Wicked element, dog.
Wicked element. My new skater clothing brand. All right, the one on Stoic, the cloaker on Stoic, which they're cloakers.
Just so you know.
Yeah, is
The more you know.
going to.
Cloakers. Face hunters.
Yeah, it's going to attack Stoic
Somebody
twice
save him.
with advantage.
Oh. These are nasty.
Sorry. Okay, so the first one is an 11, which is not going to hit.
Ooh.
Second
Ooh.
is a nat 20.
That's gonna hurt.
Is it with his tail?
This is the bite.
The pierce.
The first one was the tail.
Yeah,
Second
that's
is-
slashing damage and have it.
Nope, this one's going to be 7, so 14, 17 damage. Piercing.
How are you doing?
Okay.
He's upright.
I did more damage to myself.
Okay, the second one.
Come on, happy your hit points.
The second one really didn't like the fire. So he was going to fly over and attack. Swoop down on easy here.
Does he get opportunity attack? No. Bennett, save me! What's our safe word again? Ah.
Just don't stick to my
So, 14.
14 to hit.
Yep.
Yeah, it barely hits. 13.
So again, you two also see this thing flap towards you and envelop you, and you also cannot breathe or see. as you feel the teeth pierce into your shoulder, ripping into you. 4. 9 piercing.
In half.
You took piercing?
Yeah, I
You took piercing, I took slashing.
Together we make the perfect physical duo.
You're like a weird comedy duo. I don't know if it's really funny. It's like,
Piercing and slashing.
Yeah,
It's my favorite comedy duo.
Is it 9.5? So that's what?
4 piercing, and then he'll make his second attack with advantage. His tail attack, which is going to be a total 20 to hit.
That definitely hits.
4, 5 slashing.
You're like super nice to you.
Nice. I char grilled him a little bit before he came in, so he's a little tender. He's a little
He's
tender.
super gentle about it.
This is super nice with all his fights and slashes. But I did take 15 tree fire damage before.
Yeah, you did.
I took a swack
a tree
before.
literally hit you.
With the just body language, demeanor of the tall rebel in the back seems to change. As
Oh.
if she's no longer
Interesting.
Great. Love that for her.
So glad you're not
no
afraid
longer
anymore.
afraid.
You found your inner strength. Good for you.
You learned a lot, grew as a person.
Okay, Valen. What you want to do, Valen?
Thank you. Just trying not to put it on
I want to get this thing off of Stoic's head. Can I try to pry it off?
You can try.
I think I'm gonna go full, like, get on the shoulders and just pull back on his wings as hard as I can.
Okay. Make a strength check.
I hope that it rolls well because I have no strength modifier. Yes, nope, it's an 8.
Yeah, no, you're not even, because of the movement and just it still has 2 forms, and it's dark, and it's just very confusing, and you're not able to even get a full grip on it. It just kind of keeps slipping, and it's a very trying experience to get a hold of this thing.
And so that's my entire action, right? To do that?
That is your action.
Okay. Yeah.
Still have a bonus action.
Yep. Not much I can do since I didn't use an attack to do anything.
Can you patient defense?
Yeah, I can patient defense. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do patient defense.
Okay.
That be my turn.
At least make it harder to get fucked with.
Exactly.
Okay.
I mean,
It's a
the
key
whole-
point, right?
Yep, that's a key point.
Okay. Stoic.
Bonus action first. You're gonna see the wings flash as I heal myself.
Yay!
4, 9, 12, for 14.
Hey,
Nice.
that's not nothing.
That's not nothing.
And that was my bonus action, because now I feel a little bit better about shooting 2 more Eldritch Blasts.
That was
That was 4 of my 9.
Oh, okay, your pool.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. And then I will shoot my Eldritch Blast. And I'm at disadvantage, correct? Still. DM. Still at disadvantage?
Yes.
Well,
Well,
that's a
that's in that one.
you did the opposite.
It was
we
a
did last
1
time.
and a 2, so
So like,
take it if that one misses, and I will fire the other one. Ooh, that's not good. That's it's a 12.
Nope. Not gonna do it.
Just firing wildly.
Yeah, just you see these bolts just fly off into the ice and into one of the houses in the other direction. It's just flailing around as Valen's like trying to grapple at it. And
Sit still.
Ends my turn.
okay, easy. You are blind.
I'm blind at the moment. Okay. This is interesting. Would I know the name of the creature that's on me?
Make a
His name is Samuel.
Nature check. Alright.
He likes long walks on the beach.
Come on, baby. Be good to
Big
me.
fan of salmon.
Natural 20.
Yes!
Natural 20 plus
There we
7? Yeah?
Plus all the history.
Nature is plus 7, I think. Or no, plus 4. Plus 4?
His mother's name was.
Plus 5. Plus 5, so it's 20.
He has a fear of falling, not of heights.
So you do remember in a class talking about creatures that didn't seem natural to the world,
Right,
and
okay.
that they call aberrations.
Okay.
And you know that there are certain places in the world where they tend to show up more often, although that's
Okay.
kind of part of the whole
Okay.
thing that's been happening is they've been showing up places
Gotcha.
where they're not supposed to be.
Gotcha.
And one of the examples that the professor goes through, and he covers a number of them, but he goes through one that dwells in the Underdark, deep down
boy.
underground, called cloakers. That are known for their ability to hide and then ambush prey.
Prey,
And
got it.
this sounds exactly like that.
Alright. I was wanting to cast Rolitham's Psychic Lance and be able to say Cloaker. Even if I can't see it, if I say the name of it, I can hit it.
Oh.
That's according to the spell. It's a 4th level spell. Shoots a lance through my forehead.
Unicorn.
Unicorn.
Unicorn. And it's an intelligence save of 16, so it's not me hitting it, but I was thinking if that's a possibility.
It's not my
If the name target is within range, creature's name.
Or is it like a Rumpelstiltskin issue?
I don't know. It's a weird spell. It's a 4th level.
Ishmael.
Is that a possibility?
Do cloakers have Christian names?
I don't know. It just says name.
I have like the Cats musical now in my head, and I have Rum Tum Tugger in my head.
It's a weird situation, but I thought there might be a chance if I know the name of the creature.
He has a jungle name.
Cloaker 2. Cloaker number 1.
Actually, I'm Cloaker number 3.
Cloaker number 3.
Where's number 2? That's a great question.
Who does number 2 work for?
You tell him, boy.
Oh my gosh.
Those movies were made.
They were.
Someone produced those.
And it's also true.
It's true.
They made money
They
too.
made money. We lived in a simpler time.
Sorry, I'm looking up a couple of different things of rules here.
It's a weird rule. That's why I was like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a.
See, this is
It's
this is
relating
where
a couple of different things.
yeah, this
here,
is where
so-
like my public defender energy comes into place because it does say the name. He doesn't say personal name or like
It's
name
the
I
name.
like to go
Do
by.
cloakers even have personal names?
Yeah, it just
Exactly.
says the name and an identifier is
Yeah,
is
yeah.
the name.
We are cloaker.
I named the cloaker.
I knew
It's more of a we are Borg situation.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I hear
Making duck.
I think it would be really.
Seriously, there's several like things that are.
I know. I think it'd be super
Get
cool.
your
Shoot a
Charlie Day
lance through my head.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
he'll
like
pull out like a
he's on there,
conspiracy
he's
board
like,
out. I won't lie, I freaking love Oat. I just love that I have my little conspiracy boards everywhere. I'm like, and this connects to this. Now I'm wrong 94% of the
But
time.
they connect.
There's 6%.
Listen,
Okay.
The point of interest here is that you can't breathe,
Right.
and there's debate as to whether you can talk when you can't breathe,
You can't breathe.
which would affect verbal components of any spell.
I didn't go there until you started laughing.
Dang it.
What I would say
Okay.
is, or what I'm going to rule for now,
Okay.
without spending 20 more minutes looking
Right.
at all these different rules,
Precisely.
The way this affects it is basically you are holding your breath right now to survive being suffocated.
Mm-hmm.
I would let you cast a spell with like one spell with a verbal component, but you expel your breath.
Right.
So
I think it's worth a shot.
You would die, right?
No, well, I mean,
you
we'll
begin
do it.
suffocating.
Begin suffocating.
Yeah.
Not great, but it's worth it.
And actually, let me just clarify suffocation, just so you know what you're.
I don't have a diamond.
Yeah, there's no one to save you if you die.
I don't think this thing's very intelligent. I feel pretty good about
Yeah,
it.
but the one that we've been working on has taken like 70 points of damage and it's still up.
70?
Because it's
But,
half damage.
If
No,
I
my
hit
43 did nothing.
if I hit it, it's incapacitated.
Oh.
Okay.
It's the beginning of
So the
my
way
turn.
Oh.
suffocation works is basically when you run out of breath, you fall unconscious at 0 hit points. And you're basically technically dying and you can't regain hit points or be stabilized until you can breathe again.
So I can breathe again.
So it kind of depends on whether or not this thing stays attached to you once you fall down or not.
Okay.
That will affect
Chaos Wizard.
Oh man.
anything.
Okay.
It's up, how it affects you is the risk at hand here.
It's up to you. Just know that no one can revivify you right now.
We will miss you.
We will miss you. Alright,
You can make any decision that you think you would make.
oh man.
Debatable.
It's really just banking that he's not going to roll a 16 or higher,
Yeah.
which is...
He's been rolling well.
He's rolling well. Is it worth the shot? Oh!
It's a big risk, man.
That's a big risk.
Listen,
All
what
or
did
nothing,
Kobe say?
basically.
Yeah,
It is an all or
is all
nothing.
Or LeBron. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
Okay. Let me see. Dang, it's all verbal stuff. I have so many things that are verbal.
Yeah, most spells
Most
are.
spells are verbal. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you have the.
That's pretty brutal. I didn't even think about that when he attached to you.
Yeah.
I was like,
This
that's
sucks.
brutal.
That's why it's like being a sorcerer is so cool, because one of your meta magic, whatever it is you can like take out like some of the components of spells and do it quite like
Yeah. Silent, yeah.
or subtle spells.
Hey, that was also verbal. So many
Yeah,
verbal
sorcerer
stuff.
is underrated because of stuff like that, or like twinning the spell.
Yeah.
And, like there's some dope stuff you can do with meta magic.
You
Let
know,
me see.
the more I've been looking back over sorcerers, I'm like, they're pretty cool.
Yeah.
Almost all of mine are verbal, except for Mind Spike, but I have to see it. So if it's on me, I can't see it, right? Technically. Dadgummit.
Yeah, you are blind right now.
Blind.
Blinded by-
Can't.
But this is all happening really fast. So what
Yeah,
are you
exactly.
gonna do?
Okay.
Solar plexus instep nose groin.
All right. Gosh. If I polymorph myself
Yes.
Yes.
This is
to something
that's it.
much bigger
That's a
than
choice.
this creature,
And he
how
gets
does
an
the mechanics work on that? I'm just
Wreck
curious.
everybody.
So it's obvious I'll be growing into a young black dragon. If I were to do this right.
And everyone's going to have to make a save.
Yeah, that's true. Because I don't want to do it and be like, well, you're still suffocating. You're like, oh,
But you would be a dragon though, so your neck could be bigger, right?
I would have a lot more hit points.
Well, I would say it'd probably still be attached to you.
Okay.
And it's pretty big, so it'd still be.
Okay.
It's called a cloaker because it's like a cloak, like a large cloak-sized
Gotcha.
creature. So it'd still be big enough to
Wrap around the head.
even large creatures' heads.
Gotcha. Okay. So that would also.
Let's see.
So just want to make sure it's worth it. If I
Is
do
it
this.
worth it?
So,
okay.
yeah, because you would.
It's journey
Yes,
in
perfect.
the-
Yeah, come on.
I would say you think it would still be able to envelop a dragon, young black dragon's head.
Which
would
creature has the
mean
biggest head?
You still have,
Stone giant.
which means you
I
still have no breath at the end of that spell because you'd be
Right.
polymorph. You'd be using it to polymorph, and then
You drop
suffocate.
dead and unpolymorph instantly. Because you'd be unconscious, and so you'd lose concentration.
Good point.
It's a really interesting idea, but yeah.
Yeah.
That's not how the spell works.
Yeah, it is.
He doesn't cast it and then grow, and then suddenly everything just grows back,
he
and
goes
no one gets a
unconscious.
chance to ever.
He does
use
if he
their
drops.
polymorph
If he
form.
drops to 0 hit points, he's gonna change back.
I know,
It was a joke.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
I
a
know.
joke because
I'm sorry.
every time he polymorphs something, it
Yeah,
it goes back
it's-
before it ever gets a chance to do anything.
No, except for Zenoa.
Except for
And I gave
Zenoa.
her my mastermind so she could get an extra attack. And so it's like,
Velocipaster.
yeah,
Yeah,
Velocipaster.
Velocipaster.
Lots of faster.
All right. So if I'm suffocating, I automatically drop down to 0. Is that what happens? Automatically hit
Yeah.
0.
Yes.
If you run out of
cast
breath-
a spell, you die. I know you're a wizard. Just understand if you cast a spell, you die.
Hit him with your
I'll
staff.
be unconscious.
unconscious.
But
Which
you don't
means
know what
it-
the creature's gonna do if it's
Yeah,
gonna
which
stay
also means it has
attached.
advantage to attacking you because you're unconscious.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, it can
Alright.
keep attacking you,
And you get
that's
two-
really bad.
Yeah, that's 2 automatic fails. Having experienced that, that's 2 automatic fails if it attacks you while you're
It
unconscious.
depends on if you drop and it loses interest to go to something else, but you don't know what it's gonna do.
It's
you
true.
Don't know if it's gonna hold on to you and keep attacking or
That's a good point.
eat you, like basically.
Eat you?
You don't know what
It's
its
delicious.
what its goals are or anything like that. So
All right, I'm going to whack it with the staff.
There you go.
Yes! Ha!
Yes!
All right.
Stop
make an
hitting
attack
yourself,
roll.
stop hitting yourself, stop hitting yourself.
Does your staff actually have stats?
It does. I just rolled. It's not very good. It's a 6. I don't hit.
okay.
I miss my own face.
Well, the thing is like moving and stuff, and it's like it's
yeah.
you know,
What a
so it's
journey
like
we
you
all
just
went
kind
on
of like
together.
Just the
You know,
miss
no.
with the
That was such a journey.
Gosh. I just want to do that super cool thing.
I know, no, it'd be so
Yeah.
awesome to see you just go
Yeah.
poof, and it's like a unicorn.
If
And it just drops off.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a high risk, it's a high risk, high reward sort of
It's
thing.
very high risk. I was like,
Is
it's
it
not
any-
worth the risk.
There's no reward, I don't think, because as soon as you talk, you're done.
No, it would have
No.
been incapacitated if I hit it.
Yeah,
Oh, that's right.
that's what I'm saying. It's
That's
high
right.
risk.
It would have gotten off my face.
That's right. Yeah.
It would
yeah,
like
it's like an all or nothing.
yes, it would all
Yeah.
or nothing
I
kind of
can't,
roll.
I can't with the innuendo here.
Damn.
Okay, so that's it.
Do I get a bonus? No, I don't. I don't think so. A bonus attack? No. I'm unarmed.
Punch it.
Unarmed.
No, don't you need 2 hands for your staff?
I could do a one hand. Actually, I have a one hand and a 2-hand attack
Oh,
with
gotcha.
the staff. I guess I could try to punch myself. Yeah, let's give it a shot. Wait, I don't think I do any damage with a punch. Mine literally says 0.
Yep. Exactly.
Mine says 0 on my punch.
Yeah.
I love that so much.
If I landed it, it would do nothing.
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
Because you're a -1.
a -1 for strength.
The sad thing is that I'm quite stronger than you.
Yeah. That's
Oh,
I've
man.
been very clear that Easy's not a very strong character. He's very dexterous, but not
Yeah.
very strong.
Real
That-
loosey.
Yeah, let's just say no for now.
Yeah,
In the
that's fine,
future,
it's fine.
when you attack with your staff, declare whether you're doing
It's
two-handed
single or
not.
2-hand. Yeah, I
Yeah, because
completely
it'll affect
agree.
damage too. So
That will. Yeah, I
versatile.
completely agree. Well, oh well.
Okay, so that's it.
That's it. That's all I can do. I try to do it 2-handed and it failed.
Yep.
Okay. Rebel's turn.
Oh, rebel.
Do these rebels even have a cause? Like, do they have like a point they're trying to make? Or are they without a cause? You know?
The joke was so bad to start with, and then you doubled it.
Did-
I doubled down.
I heard it halfway through. It's like there's only one way to go.
That's down.
Keep going. Just commit to the bit.
Sync with the ship.
Yep. Same with ship.
Like how bad it was I started to go, well, you were explaining, sort of, you I told you a little bit about it. And then I stopped, I'm like, that was a joke?
It was.
That's the most offensive thing you could ever say. It's like, I was going to explain it to you, but then I'm like, is that a joke?
That's a joke.
I have a master's in sarcasm. Yes.
From what university?
Jeb University.
I would sue and get your money back.
I'm only suing myself, so I don't know if it really worked that
All
well.
right, he's going to make a couple, a bow attack on the human up here.
Chop, chop.
pew pew pew.
That's
It's like 1 minute
that's
for
gonna hit.
every constitution something.
Okay.
Like,
Forgot how that worked. It's been a while since I've dealt with thing that's making you suffocate.
yeah, but when you're
All
fighting,
right.
the rounds are 6 seconds and you can hold your breath for a long time.
And with a, as he lets the longbow loose, and you hear you hear this thunk as it goes straight into the guy's chest, and he just falls over in this crash of armor.
Oh, I
All right. Then.
Okay, so he was armored, but he was not very sturdy.
Yeah.
I hit him once, I think. Did anyone else hit him?
Yeah, I hit him for like 20-something points.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because it was also electrical
You
damage.
guys have hit him for a decent amount.
I hit him hard. With a dagger.
I thought,
It's that sneak attack.
And not all of them are bags of hit points. So.
Yeah, but with you, like, you really do like to give us bags of hit points. Except not for Asura. You don't give Asura bags of hit points.
you did that to yourself.
I did do it to myself. Listen, I didn't know how this game worked.
Mistakes are made.
I built a character based on emotion.
All right, she back here. She's going to step forward, and she is going to pull out a rapier, and she's going to attack the one on easy here.
Yeah.
Poke it.
And she was hiding actually, so
Yeah, get you your advantage.
yeah. And so that was, yeah, he definitely didn't see her. So then, and that's gonna be 19, which will hit.
Yay! No, oh! Get this thing off of my fist.
And let it.
Can't say anything because then he'll be dead.
Oh, damn it! Never mind.
Stop speaking. Stop saying things.
So she's gonna do 21 points of damage. Of piercing, which is going to go half to you.
So 27
And
half.
half again. So
half again.
5 to you.
So 5.
piercing.
Nice.
Yay!
I only have piercing damage. I don't have slashing damage.
Oh, no. Didn't hit him.
Get closer.
Come on, what you doing?
You're also stoic.
Okay, Bear.
I think all I'm gonna do, I'm gonna step up next to Asura, just to get within range. And I'm going to cast Bane on the cloakers.
Okay.
They have to make a charisma throw of 16. What's the? Oh, sorry. I come up, and I see what's going on. And I prick my finger, little drop of blood, and I go, "Bane you, bane you."
How bang you?
Ram you.
Okay, charisma.
Yeah.
I mean, they super charismatic. they got on people's faces real fast. You know how many
What are they-
drinks
what are
it
they beating?
usually takes?
What?
What are they beating?
16.
Okay.
Straight sober too, like no drinks involved whatsoever.
I just drink water when I'm here.
They both failed.
They didn't do much, but they do have to do a roll a d4 and subtract each time.
For saving throws and for attacks.
Yep. Yeah. Just welcome to us, sir. How are we doing?
Don't say anything. As well as can be expected.
So terrible. Got it.
Okay. So let me mark that for Bane on these guys. Alright. So at the top of the round, I think we're gonna go ahead and take a break.
Alright.
I want to hit things. I want to hurt them.
Yes.
Go bad.
We'll be able to in about 10 minutes. So we take a quick break, and then we will come back to finish this out. See how we go.
Yep.
Easy's terrible, horrible, no good day.
We've all had them.
You had to die before. We don't have a diamond lying around.
Listen. Do you know how many times I wanted to steal that thing off of you so that I could have mastered my constitution? Several. Have I considered sneaking in the night and stealing from you? Absolutely. Do I know what your sleep schedule is? Yes,
I have a little dragon that'll tell me. Right?
No.
Part of me wants to make a blind run and just go headbutt Easy.
I mean, I'll hold my turn for that.
Just run at each other.
I
Just
hold
guys
my
like
turn
aim
for
us.
For the idiots to headbutt each other.
Who will win?
No
A
one.
lot of like transference and stuff to figure out. Yeah.
I do. Listen, I consider my blade of transference against them, and I'm like, what does that mean once I get hit? Who gets the
Yeah,
damage?
there'd be a lot of math. Like a lot of figuring out to happen. So, alright, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Be back. Alright, welcome back. Hope you had a good break. We're going to get right back into the combat here.
Yep.
So, starting back at the top of the round, Sarah.
Yep, I'm gonna look at Bear and just be like, they get hurt when we hit the things. Good luck. And I go running for Easy.
I'm doing a math problem. They get hurt. We hit the thing. Get a thing?
You might be able to squeeze in there. So, like here?
Yeah. And I'm gonna use my Kopesh to attack first, so that's my sword.
Okay.
That's going to be 14 to hit.
14 does not hit.
Okay, and then my offhand, I'm gonna take my dagger and I'll attack. Oh! Which one is this? It's this dagger because it has an extra one. So it's gonna be 15 to hit.
That barely hits.
Alright, so that's gonna be 4. Yes. So that's gonna be 9, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25 piercing damage plus 3 lightning damage.
Okay, so.
Sorry.
It's alright.
5.
Technically, I only take 1 lightning damage. Right? Oh, no, wait, I take 3. Wait.
No, you take half.
I take half of it, yeah.
You took one.
So you take 12 halved again, so 6 piercing.
6 piercing, yep.
And then 1 lightning. So
Okay,
7.
so 7 total. Okay. Good deal. Alright.
And then I don't know if it's going to attack me or not, but I'm going to take a step back out of range and see if it reacts to me. 'Cause it's gonna-
Oh, and dang it, I'm sorry, I forgot to roll in the first place to see if you even hit it.
Always got a thing.
Yeah, which actually, I'm sorry, you don't. Because as you,
On the first one, or I mean on the second one?
on the one that hits, so that it would be,
So no damage.
yeah, it would be no damage that happened. So
Cool.
there's that. Just
Love-
7 health. Okay.
Love that for me. I'm still going to back up to see if it attacks me or not.
Where are you backing up to?
Just out of its range, or what I perceive to be its range. So like back near where that other guy, the guy that, whatever that red dot is, that guy.
That first rebel.
Yeah, it will. Take an opportunity attack on you with its
Oh.
tail.
Good. Hit me.
Yeah, that's gonna be.
Oh, you want to rebuke?
That's gonna be a 23.
So sorry.
That's gonna hurt.
So that's gonna be 10 slashing damage to you.
Hellish rebuke.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
He needs to feel fire though.
Extra
He needs to know how
crispy.
it feels.
Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry, I
muzzle
need
enjoy.
I need to see how many dice my fire damage is now, because it's a lot. I'm so sorry. Sorry, I need to pull up my. Why won't you let me pull it up? Let me pull it up.
Because you're not a big kid.
I know.
That's hilarious.
It's gonna be 3d10 fire damage.
Oh, yep.
Bring it on.
It's not a lot. It's 6, 7,
Be 2d10.
3d10. Because
I
I've
don't have
leveled
a
up.
second level spell slot.
It says right here, cast 3d10 fire damage. Cast use 1 use. Dex. Save 15.
Is it
It's in my spell list.
weird? So the Infernal Legacy is like scales?
Yeah, it just scales up.
Okay.
I think it only goes up to 2nd level. I don't think I get any higher than that, but it's just like my inherent reaction trait.
Oh yeah, it's just once.
Yeah. Yeah, I can't cast this. It's
I mean,
it's literally
it's
a reaction.
It's 2nd level. It was always 2nd level.
Yes.
Sorry.
Alright, so that's gonna be Dex save of 15.
Okay.
And he's banged,
That's
right?
a fail.
He is.
Yeah, and you also
That's a
have to
fail
do it.
anyway.
Do you have to do a Dex save of 15?
No, because he's the one targeted.
Okay, great. Then that is 6, 7. Oh no, that was actually that's not a 1, that's a 7. So 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 fire damage.
Nice.
Okay. So that's going to be 7 to you.
I still take 7 damage.
Get away from it.
And I took 2.
Just lighting up the darkness again as you get slashed across the chest, and you unleash the fire back, engulfing both him, and you see it. It's strange. It's like the fire goes like almost partially like water, kind of going off around the cloaker into Easy. It's a very strange, magical creature. Okay, so your turn.
Yep, because I can't do anything else until.
Okay, it is their turn. So they are. And technically I was supposed to make you roll even on that one against the duplicates, but I'm not going to this time.
Oh, dang.
Duplicates.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that one's also down to 2, so.
Okay. Well, there, I burned a duplicate out of this. Oh no, because I hit the
Because it was
duplicate.
your,
Yeah.
your first one. The sneak attack that would have happened. So. Alright, first one on Stoic is going to attack Stoic. So, first one. That is a 14 to hit.
That
Oh no,
misses.
sorry, that I get advantage. Yep, still 14.
That misses.
Second attack is a 22 to hit.
That hits.
He is baned.
Okay.
Why do you keep
So
hitting
it's a
the
minus
second
4 or
one?
minus a d4.
Yeah.
Minus a d4.
Yeah, so that would be 18 to hit.
No, it hits.
Dang, so close.
It's alright. Still.
It helped, but
Alright, so that's 10 piercing damage.
Of course.
The bite.
You know what?
Nope.
Just
don't know
occurred
that.
to me too. Yep. Stoic, it was my mistake, I'm not paying attention. For future turns. Your spells also have verbal components.
I noticed after
The Eldritch Blast?
explained
After
him.
that whole, yeah, that very
That's
long
why I
turn.
wasn't going to use it on my next turn.
Yeah,
At least they missed.
that and your shroud and all
Yeah.
that stuff. Yeah, it's all verbal.
I looked after you said it.
I was like, damn it.
You could cast minor illusion.
do a second stoic.
All right. But that's my bad. So you just get some free missed shots for the most part.
Yeah, for reals. Such things, man.
Second one is attacking easy with advantage. Alright, so that's going to be 15 to hit.
Was that minus the 4? Or minus the D4? Come on, baby.
Yeah, 11.
Yes! Hey!
Alright,
Doesn't match it.
second one is total 20.
Oh.
After the D4.
Yep, that one.
Can't even think about that.
Nope. Can't do a thing.
So 6 piercing down to 3.
Yes!
Oh yeah. Resistance.
Resistance is coming in handy in this fight. It really is.
Listen,
Glad I chose
when
piercing.
when we finally get poisoned, I'm gonna be totally fine.
I did tell you the resistance is temporary, right?
It is tonight.
And it wears off. Now.
It's a trial period.
You gotta,
7 days.
you gotta subscribe. for the rest
7
of
days
it.
and then you gotta
Then you have to pay for the premium.
$15.99 a month.
Don't forget to
premium
cancel your
blessing.
subscription though.
That's right.
Yeah.
The auto pay is turned on, so
Yeah, yeah.
By default, yeah.
Yeah, right through Apple Pay. It's the worst.
Look at my subscriptions. How do I know with 15 subscriptions?
Other guy's dead, so Val.
I think we're going to try the same thing again and try to pull this thing off of Stoic's head.
Okay.
This time, I'll flip my coin to
Okay.
make it happen.
Let's go.
I'll flip the coin and then sucker rip, and
Lucky lady tonight.
that's the heads. That's the heads.
heads.
So
What's
it's
the other one?
It's a schlank.
blank.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's a natural 20.
All right.
Come
Okay.
on.
So, Stoic, you suddenly take a breath as you feel this thing ripped off of you, and you see it flapping in Val's grasp, and before bursting free of you and kind of flapping there, still in front of you guys. But you can breathe.
Yay! Oh, it's your turn now, right?
Yeah, because bonus action, I'm going to do patient defense. And
Okay.
That's all I got.
So, did I burn my spell slot or did I not burn my spell slot?
Well, since I gave you the damage, I'm gonna say, yeah, I treat it as if it has been cast this whole time.
Okay.
Rather than retconning all of that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
It's burned.
That's fine. That's fine because I still got one spell left.
I got your ring.
I do, but it's not strong enough, and this thing really pissed me off. So, guiding bolt level 4.
Oh my god!
Okay.
Please don't kill Balin in the process. No eyebrows.
With no disadvantage, right?
Right.
I would imagine so.
Please do it.
Come on. I can't tell what it is from here.
So, what did you hit? Like, what are you? Is it a save or is it an attack?
It's an attack.
Okay. What'd you get?
15.
So you unleash the guiding bolt, and it hits the duplicate, which disappears.
Oh, he's got a spell. Or like it's like his feature.
That's his feature.
Oh.
But that's the last duplicate, right?
For that one, yep.
Yeah, but that would have been a big damage.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that was my last spell.
Oh.
That's okay. Sorry. But
But-
yes, it has no more duplicates at the moment.
Do I still have my wings then since I used the spell?
Yes.
Okay. Just making sure.
So pretty. You look really pretty, Stoic.
Okay. Easy.
Whenever I did my fireball, did I realize there's still 2 of them flying at me, or 1?
Well, you did it when the other one was attached to Stoic.
Right, like, you know, we saw like a blur of them.
Oh, that there were multiples?
Right, yeah, I mean, she
you
shot
would have
one
seen
and
that there were
burned.
multiples. Like,
Was there multiples? So it flew attached to me?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Yeah, there's still
Yeah.
one left or two
There's
left.
still two on this. Well, there's you're seeing two forms.
So it's still
So
gonna.
there's one left and that other guy.
Yep.
I don't know how the semantics work with this. If I do the lance, is it gonna hit the duplicate or is it gonna hit? It's not a hit. It's supposed to hit the main thing, but I don't know. I don't know how cloakers work exactly.
Yeah, it puts another layer on your wrist.
Yeah, my last breath idea.
Yep.
Oh, this sucks. Oh man, I felt so confident too right before that. I was like, "There's one left, and I'm taking him." There's not one left. This could be a really bad idea.
Real bad.
Yeah, because I just lanced the wrong one, and I'm still bummed.
Because then you're also now suffocated.
Now I'm suffocated.
Yeah, 'cause
Alright.
basically whether or not you hit him in the first place, then there's the save
Yeah,
related to it that you also have to succeed on.
right. I think we'll win the save though.
And then
With it being baned, I think we can win.
Think. There's a good chance.
It's a good chance of me winning it, but I'm afraid
which the Bane does not affect.
the duplicate.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boo. Alright, I'm gonna try to smack it with the staff, two-handed. Alright, give me a second here. I don't usually use this, I have to find the my melee attack actions, which I never do.
It's right here.
Two-handed, let's go!
It's +2 on your hit.
Yep. It's a 19 to hit. Woo! Let's go!
Alright.
It is bludgeoning damage
Did you hit yourself?
as I hit myself. Alright, you ready?
Well, you actually hit the duplicate, so it actually goes away.
Hot
That
dog!
also works.
Alright, that's actually a win. I'll take it.
Yep, so both of them no longer have duplicates.
Yay! Because that would have been.
They're on the ropes.
That's good. That's good. I'm gonna leave it like that. You guys saw what I just rolled on D&D Beyond.
Oh,
It was a
I
D.
know.
It was a D8, and I rolled a 1,
usually
and I have a -1 to strength.
Yeah, it's not showing.
It's in the
So
it's in the here.
So it's
Shut
just
up on
a.
my-
You have to manually choose to open the game log.
So it's just
It'll
0.
show up, like it'll pop up briefly.
Yeah, in the
but
chat. Anyway,
The duplicate's like, oh no!
so that's your turn?
It's my turn. It's all I can do. Is whack at it.
Alright, rebels are up.
Come on, rebels.
Alright, so this guy's gonna turn and shoot at the one that Valen just pulled off of Stoic. Oh, it's a hit.
Very palpable hit.
11 damage, not bad.
Hey.
Hey!
Good deal.
And then she is going to attack the one on easy again. She keeps failing perception checks to understand that it's hurting you. I don't know if you would want her to see it or not, but
Whatever.
so she's going to attack him for 16, so that'll hit.
Oh, a lot of dice.
That's a fair amount.
Yeah, that sounds pretty promising.
Yeah,
Got some
she'll
sneak
get-
attack?
Sneak attack.
Yeah. I was like, I know the sound of a D6.
Your ears perk. D6.
Listen, at this point, like, you can kind of hear the difference in certain die. I don't know what a D12 sounds like, but I certainly know what a D6 sounds like.
So that's 20. Transferred to you. 10 is transferred to you, which is to 5 because it's piercing.
So 5 total.
How are you right now?
No, okay. Not great, but okay.
Okay, and then she's going to disengage and go over here. Bear.
What's this guy's story by Stoic? Like, is he kind of on the ground? Is he high in the air? Like, what's happening?
He's like, no, he's not high in the air. He's like right in front of him.
So I don't-
You know,
Valen-
Valen just pulled him off. He's
Yeah,
still,
Valen
he's just
pulled
right
him
there.
off.
So he's level with us.
Yeah, like in menu.
All right. Bear just goes, here's my chance. And I pull off my newly found battle axe and I run over there. And I will.
The hole over the head.
Oh, yeah. Jumping in. I come down with my axe and my single blade.
Okay, stepping on the ice. Make a dexterity saving throw real quick.
Battle axe goes everywhere.
I believe.
20.
20? Yep, that'll do it. You
And.
slide into place
This is
there.
his favorite terrain.
Yeah.
Cold winter.
Alright, first swing with the.
That guy with the shovel.
Oh. Yes, exactly. First sable swing. 10. Second
Nope.
sable swing. 11.
Nope.
Battle axe. Yay, 16.
Alright, that'll hit.
Yeah, and
What is it with your,
I don't.
your
Why
dice
are you
tonight, man?
throwing your dice at them?
I'm super excited, guys.
They did nothing to you.
No, but we're excited.
That's why I've
Actually,
got my.
that's the dice that I got for you.
That's why I have the cup. That way, there's no way they're going out.
It wasn't even when he was rolling. He just picked it up and flung it.
Listen, we're going to divine smite that sucker. And that adds. Where are you? I think it's just 2d8. Yep, 2d8s. So an extra d8. 14 plus 3 is 17 plus 3 is 20. 20 total.
Not bad. Alright, so you just whip around, missing a couple of shots as the thing dodges out of your way with this kind of weird jerking motion as it's flapping, and it's still hard to see in this dark, but you manage to get a good slash into it and unleash that divine energy into it, and you see it just kind of like the fire just kind of go across the body of the thing, which doesn't really tell you much because it's just a weird creature. It's just flapping around. Awesome. Back to Asura.
Is those scouts still within earshot of me?
Right next to you.
Okay, yeah, the rebels. I just yell to the rebels. It transfers some of the pain to the boys. Fuck it.
Ignore this information.
Just want you to know.
Just
But
I want you to feel a little bit guilty when you do this.
just know that I feel a little bit of guilt when this happens. I'm just gonna go back in and start attacking the thing that's got easy because I don't know. I don't think I'm strong enough to be able to peel it off.
Okay.
So I'm gonna use my Kopesh again.
Okay.
Which that is going to be. God damn! I can't hit anything with this thing. That's gonna be a 10.
Nope.
Fuck this die. Then dagger on my offhand. That's so much better. That's gonna be 16.
Yep.
So that's sneak attack plus the dagger's damage. It's just gonna be all piercing. 10, 16, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 piercing damage.
So much damage for a dagger.
And then 4 lightning damage.
For that damage.
Okay. 20.
28 piercing, 4 lightning. It's because of my sneak attack.
All right. So.
14 divided by 2, 7.
Yep. So you'll take
7.
How you doing there, Music?
7, and then another 2 lightning.
Okay. 8, 9.
And then I'm just like, somebody help me!
A little busy over here.
And then I'm going to back up again and see if it attacks me.
Wait, do you get that back?
No. But I have uncanny dodge.
I mean, yeah, it's going to take an opportunity.
Basically, I'm just trying to burn all of its opportunity attacks right now.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be reaction.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's reaction.
It's
I'm just
reaction
burning its
at least.
reactions right now.
Mm-hmm.
Does it have any reactions other than opportunity?
I don't know. I'm just trying to burn reactions right now and see what happens.
That's a 18 to hit.
Uncanny dodge.
Okay. So that'd be 8 slashing.
Half to 4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And brings us to them. It's just going to keep attacking you. Like the one in front of you here.
That's fine. At least it's not attached to my face.
Maybe.
You'll see.
We'll see.
Alright.
Spoke too soon.
Yeah.
These are textual.
First attack is an 18.
That hits.
No.
Wait. Did you
Wait, it's a bane.
No!
did you bang
Oh,
it?
yeah.
Oh, wait.
Bang.
Okay, that brings it down to 14.
That misses.
Yes!
I'm gonna bang him all the time.
And just bait him every day. Or day.
Cause Doug rolls like 4s.
Yeah.
D4s.
Yeah.
He rolls real well on his d4s.
Strong D4 rolls.
And the other one is not going to hit, so.
Yes.
Yes,
The second one is, well, going to continue attacking easy with advantage here.
No.
Yeah, that's definitely going to hit. That's a 22.
Even with the D4.
20, yep.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, yeah. Even with it, yeah.
Crappy roll. So 6 piercing,
Halved.
down to 3. Second attack. $19
To hit?
after Bane, yep.
Yeah, it's hit.
So 9 slashing.
9 slashing? I'm looking real rough.
Okay. I can't
This is the
Can
time
you end
to
the-
do my thing. This is all or nothing now.
Do it. He's down to 1.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright.
Alright.
Whose turn is it?
Valen.
Valen?
Okay.
Peel it off me, Valen.
I mean, I am the only reason I got off the stoke is because of that.
You have luck.
Of luck, yeah.
You never know. We don't
I can't use it again.
Oh, no. I'm saying
Don't
the coin, but
Yeah, I have no strength.
don't hit me.
I'm not gonna hit you.
Don't hit it. Like, I'm like, you can like visibly see I'm like barely holding
Yeah.
on.
I think I will see him take some hits. I'm gonna jump on easy and try to rip this thing off of him.
You're like, stomp your like legs on my chest, like, I got this.
The Dark Luckstone, this is a disadvantage because I used it earlier.
You did use it earlier, so yeah.
Oh no.
It should have been at the other ones too.
Yeah, I didn't. Well, that was only one. I actually technically rolled it twice, and it was
Yeah.
low on the.
I'm missing a bunch of things for you guys here.
Well, that's a nat 22.
No, it's not.
Or is it not? Oh, the 10.
10
It looks like a 20
14.
from over here.
Straight. It's a 10. It's a straight
Yeah,
10.
no.
That's all I can really do. I'm not going to worry about spending a key point on this to do patient defense or anything. So that will do it for me.
So it.
It's my turn.
You need to do something.
I can see you now, punk. And I'm gonna shoot Eldritch Blast at it.
Do it.
Not at disadvantage.
Oh, I don't like that.
13.
Nope. You see it. Dodge out of the way.
No.
Lower than that.
And
Why
again,
can't we not hit? It's literally in front of us. How do we not hit this?
it is. It's like a butterfly where it's like, flaps and it's like
moves out of the way.
it's moving drastically in place.
Listen,
Like,
we've been cramped in really dark places for like
Right.
2 days now.
Yeah.
We're a little tired.
Yeah. That's
easy.
All right.
For me.
This is the one only way to do it.
Wait.
I'm gonna cast Roltham's Psychic Lance and say Cloaker. Casting it at 4th level, and it's a spell save of intelligence at
Do
16.
you have to be able to see the target?
No, he has to
I can
say the
speak
name.
its name.
This is the one where he speaks his name.
I speak
That's
its
where
name.
that suffocation thing happens.
The name of the target without having to see it.
It's just
And you unleash a psychic power from the forehead at a creature that you can see.
Oh.
But it says also that if you can't see it, alternatively,
Alternatively, you can name a creature's name.
if the target isn't within range.
Okay, that's what that.
So even if I can't see it, I can say its name. Even if you can't see
if
it.
You can't see it.
This is where the suffocation starts.
Yep.
Okay, so
If Easy dies, I'm gonna be so upset.
He's fine. On a failed save.
We're all gonna be trying to rip the thing off of his face.
Get it off!
Incapacitated. So even if it's basically it has to die for it to, like, you're not forcing it off or anything, you're just doing damage.
No, and if it's successful,
and
it's incapacitated.
Yeah.
So it comes right off my face.
Right off. This comes off.
But if it doesn't, then it's not.
Correct. But remember, it is baned, so
I like
it's
this one.
intelligence.
I think
So hopefully it's not super intelligent. I'm hoping.
Let's find out.
Let's find out!
Smart enough to cover your mouth.
Smart enough to cover my mouth. That is true. It was smart enough to do that. Oh, I'm so nervous.
Yep. I mean, it's that bane is gonna
Be
I hope it helps.
huge
Yeah.
for this.
I think we're good. I still have faith.
I have weapons.
You have my sword? I don't know.
Oh, I'm going to be sick. And it's not just because I ate too many gummy bears. Though that is a factor in
Oh,
this
this is gonna be
feeling.
interesting.
That's what happened.
I know,
the other
right?
night when we were playing games.
I forget to think with my belly.
Either way,
I went
yeah.
to town, and by the end of the night, I was like, "Oh my god,
Yeah.
it's like it hurts." So
Okay.
Yeah, because you ate
Things
them.
rolling.
Not because you had 1,000.
yeah.
Oh!
That's a 7.
Yes!
See?
Yes!
See?
Alright.
Sorry, I just like had like.
Alright, so it's gonna take full damage and it's also incapacitated until the start of my turn next. Right? I think so.
Yeah.
Which means we can
So
just
do your
curb
roll your
something.
damage.
7.
Whoa!
Alright, so, I don't know, what was that?
Curb stop.
Fallon lost his temper a little bit.
7. With 7d6s, it is 27 psychic damage.
Yeah.
Psychic damage to it.
That's insane.
Alright. Okay.
And it is incapacitated.
So,
How's-
what happens?
Does it take half to me?
That's what I was thinking.
Same thing.
You feel half of this reflected back into your mind.
I was afraid this was going to be the
rebounded.
case. I didn't know if I was going to
This is the
incapacitate.
cursed rebound.
Yeah.
Cursed rebound.
Taking 13 damage to you.
Ooh,
Psychic damage back to you.
that knocks me out.
So what does
So
that
you
mean?
both go down, basically.
Yeah,
But it's not coming after you because
true.
it's
It
down.
is
As you
incapacitated.
see it just fall down.
All right.
Stop moving.
What an easy way.
That's the most easy thing to have ever happened.
And by easy, I mean really, really difficult.
Just kamikazed it.
Kamikaze. I'm like, I've had enough of this. But you see this cool looking lance shoot out of my head and like spear it, like, and it like falls off.
Did he polymorph into a unicorn again?
Oh, is it
Only
like
just the
partial.
horn.
is it
Yeah,
done?
you see-
Done? Like it's dead?
We
Like,
don't
it
It
know.
fell over and stopped moving.
The spell specifically says incapacitated.
Until
There's an excellent one.
Oh.
Well, that's the mark for,
Oh, being just down.
yeah.
just being down,
Like,
incapacitated.
Okay.
that's technically what easy is. We're
As well.
unconscious or whatever.
Unconscious,
Yeah.
yeah. Yep, I'm down, guys.
Alright.
But I got this thing off my face.
You have the
I got the
vial of
last-
forever.
last
You get your shit up.
Healing potion?
That's exactly what I have. The file of forever getting shut.
Do you have mine to do your shit up?
I couldn't remember what it was called. Okay, everyone now healing
Okay.
potions are called get your shit up.
Rebels very quickly are going to attack the other one.
My kind of cloaker likes your face.
Alright, so that's going to hit. He's going to do 9 points on that one. Other one's going to attack. Throw a dagger at it.
Put a bird on it.
Put a dagger on it.
She's going to hit as well.
All them dice.
That's why I like that rogue life.
All that dice. All that dice is actual trait.
Alright.
Wow.
Bear, you're up.
Oh,
Okay.
man.
Same plan. Sable twice, axe once.
Measure twice, cut once.
Miss. Hit. 27, 6.
Yep.
It's just 1d6. Yep, 1d6 plus 4. 6 damage on the sable. Battle axe. 20. Just 20.
20 damage?
20 to hit.
20 to hit, sorry.
Yes, 20.
There you go. Damn. 5 damage.
So how much total?
6 and
5 plus 6, 11.
11?
Thank you.
How do you want to do this?
Ooh. First, Sable Blade cuts off his right wing, then the axe cuts off his left wing.
Nice. So with 2 quick slashes, you see that again separate into 3 forms, but then just fall down onto the ice, and you see like twitching as it just stops moving eventually.
Yes.
Oh, easy. Run over to Easy, slide down, put a hand on him, and I will give him.
Did you use your action and bonus action?
Well, I guess we're out of combat. Like this.
Are we?
Are we?
Yeah, so we are combat. Yeah.
Oh, we're not.
Well, what are you going to do about this? You don't know about this other one.
So we're still in combat.
You don't know yet. Like, you don't know.
And you used an action and a
Yeah,
bonus
I'll
action.
move. I guess I'll just move over to. Yeah, I'll just move over to Easy, prepare to heal him because I've used all my actions.
Okay, sir.
I'm going to take my sword and I'm going to come down on the incapacitated. Do I get advantage on this?
Yep.
Please let me freaking hit with this stupid freaking sword. Excellent. That's going to be an 18 plus stuff.
Yeah, that'll hit.
And that's going to be this guy plus this guy. That's going to be 10, 20, 21.
It's going to be enough.
Great.
As you
got
you
it.
just come down and slash into it, and it just doesn't even react.
It's like, oh.
Seems like it was dead.
Great. And then for my bonus action, I don't have to do anything, right? Because we're out of combat now, right?
Yeah, now you're out of
Great.
combat.
I'm not going to give you my
Oh,
mastermind.
your mind. Yeah.
If we were still in combat, I would have given you mastermind to heal him.
Well, yeah, I'm already there, so I'm gonna put a hand on Easy's shoulder and give him 10 hit points.
Ah, that's what that feels like. Ow. I freaking psychic lance myself.
Yeah, a mild headache. You know,
Yeah, a
it's-
double-edged lance.
Yeah.
I'm going to immediately grab Valen. You have good investigation, right? No,
have
you
have
good
an excellent
Yeah.
investigation.
I'll
I'm gonna
start.
literally grab your confused body. I'm just gonna lift you up, and I'm gonna have, and I'm
Take a
gonna,
look at this.
and I'm gonna, go to the creatures first, investigate, and then I want to go to Big
Liz?
Boy that had the.
You immediately hear them, immediately are like, you don't believe in being stealthy, do you? We need to go now.
Okay.
Well, then just check the guy then.
Making lots of light noise.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. And
You're
I'm-
welcome too.
As you ran away.
Who's the one that stepped in ice?
Listen, we can blame each other later. Let's go.
Can I at least do a
If
quick?
you don't like it, you can stay here.
It might be safer.
Hey.
All right then. And they start leaving.
No, wait. Valen. At least check this body to see if there's any information off of him.
Alright, I'm checking.
All right. You can do a rushed one. It's
Yeah, I'm gonna do a very rushed.
if you,
Yeah.
unless you're.
I just want to see if there's any notes, anything like, why would this guy and these creatures from a completely different world be together right now?
You're investigating him.
Yeah, I'll investigate the body of the main guy.
And I'm just helping.
That's 16.
Okay.
Or as I guess it's an advantage, right? If that would help or no. What is wrong with this thing? Stop. Stop it. Alright, rolling again. That's much better. That is a 24. To investigate.
Okay. He's wearing pretty nice plate armor.
Oh, wow.
But he would take a bit to get
Yeah,
off of
yeah,
it.
I just checking things, not to loot.
You know, he's got the Morning Star and a crossbow. He's got 20 gold on him, not much.
I'll take the 20 gold.
And he does have a piece of paper with writing that in a language you don't understand.
Okay, I'll pocket that.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be like, anyone want weapons?
I
You
got
want a Morningstar?
I guess why not?
Here. you
Why
have a
not?
Morningstar.
I got a lot.
I just
That's
start
it, yeah.
tossing them out. I grab the money. You got the piece of paper. We're
Are
rolling.
you guys doing anything?
Nope. I'm sticking with the rebels.
Okay.
Nope, I just go to the ice water real quick and like try to scrub that monster crap off my face.
Yep.
Okay. Make a quick perception check for me. So
Oh boy.
Oh, is there something in the water? Really? 11.
11, that's enough. But because you're basically kneeling right next to where the one that Bear tore
Yeah.
apart, and you can see as you're close, you can just barely make out, kind of in the dimness, what looks like something of a face, and still dark enough that you can't really fully make out the shape of it. But you can see right on its like forehead some sort of symbol that seems to have a very faint glow to it that is fading.
I will memorize that symbol. Well,
Just name his head.
I'll touch it. I'll touch the symbol. Is there anything else?
Nothing happens. It doesn't.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a very leathery, rubbery kind of skin.
I imagine, like, you ever seen the face of a stingray? Like the underside of a stingray?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what its face looks like? It's not pretty, man.
It's no, not really. Okay. It's looks like it's got like eyes with a kind of yeah. Like that's what
That's what it looks like. Yeah, that's what was on
I
your
looked at it
face.
because I wanted to know what it looked like.
That's what was on your face, man.
Oh. Yeah, I'm gonna note it, but I'm not gonna mess with it.
Okay. We need to go.
Okay, let's go.
Away. Yeah. Everwind.
On your tail.
Can you shush us again?
Takes too much. It takes what? How long to cast the Pass Without Trace?
I thought it was instant.
No, it's not
Is
instant.
it a ritual cast?
It's a ritual
Does it
cast.
I thought it was just a straight
Yeah.
cast.
Usually with rituals, man,
It takes time.
With rituals it does. I thought this
Yeah,
was
but
a
it
straight
doesn't
cast.
cost a spell slot. If it's
Yeah, this is an action.
But it takes
One action.
Yeah,
Oh, it doesn't take-
It can be cast as a ritual.
Right.
I believe this one actually can't.
Because it's the special
Right.
one you made.
Yep.
Yeah. I guess I
Part
could
of the
cast
trade-off.
everything.
Like it's a one action cast, but it's not. You can't do a ritual, and it's going to cost you a spell slot to do it. So.
How much further do we have?
Well, it's in the village, but we gotta try to get there.
I'll
That's the
cast-
hardest
Yeah.
part.
I'll cast it one more time. I can do it.
You see that again? That kind of darkened shimmer in the air around him, like just kind of out in a wave for a moment, and then dissipates. Everybody roll stealth checks.
No.
What? No.
It's come back to haunt me.
It's still
Did you
plus
do it
10.
too? Because I rolled a natural 1.
Same here.
Natural one here.
Still
3 natural ones?
What?
What is
Are you
going on?
kidding me?
Yep, that's a natural one.
That makes sense after that big fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fucking
And the
A.
fireballs and the.
That tracks.
I would technically would have to roll at disadvantage, but it doesn't matter.
I guess we did it all
That
together.
would be your second disadvantage, though. So you're
Yeah,
you're
okay.
good from now on.
Stoic got a 23.
It's only 2
Got a
disadvantage
30.
rolls.
And that was with a low roll.
It's only 2. I thought it was 3. It's only the next 2.
It's only 2. The
Okay,
next
cool.
2. Yeah.
Not all of us are good at being wallflowers, okay?
It's the perks. You're welcome.
I'm saying that. I'm just like, I'm also looking at
That
the
was
natural ones, going, oh my god, we can't.
3 natural ones.
Yeah.
That's pretty bad.
And no one rolled a nat 20 to offset one of them.
Nope.
Not really.
Well, fortunately, they rolled really well, so you might be okay. We'll see. Because we're averaging out to.
My dice don't jiggle jiggle. They roll.
That was so stupid and sweet at the same time. I loved it.
Doing math in my head, sorry.
No, find out
Do you
how.
need the rest of the numbers or no?
Well, I know it's 3 nat 1s, the 23 and 30, so. And then theirs. Okay.
Walls of ears.
Not a great group check. Even with outstanding rolls, it's like 3 negative 1s. 3 natural 1s is horrible.
Yeah.
So, the 2 figures, they move, they start moving, kind of stealing forward, wrapping around the farmhouse. And as you get, now at the edge of the village, you can now hear more actively the sounds of combat and screaming and fire and just the chaos of battle or some sort of attack and people fleeing and animals and all kinds of stuff happening. And they lead you basically street by street, trying pulling you into shadows, trying to stop you as different groups come by. Nat 1 on perception.
If we would need that 4th
I know.
one, that was the time we
That
needed
was the
it.
time.
Wow.
What a time to be
I only
alive.
had to beat a 10, by the way, to
Oh.
see.
I don't like that average. I don't like that
That
average.
was pretty. 3 nat 1s is horrible to your average. So
Yeah, it's quite awful.
yeah, because it's like 2 fails each time. So for a group check like this,
Unreal.
so 6 fails out of 8 like checks. I mean, or 7 checks.
It's fine. We're fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is
Yeah.
fine.
So, they eventually, despite some narrow, close calls, and actually even one moment where a guard starts to see one of you, but is cut short as he finds the female rebel's knife in his throat, as she jabs it up in one smooth motion, grabs him and pulls him into the shadow, opens the door of the cottage that you're into and dumps him in and then shuts it.
I love her.
And all with this blank, expressionless mask that just is a little bit off-putting as they're doing all this, because you don't see how they're reacting, you don't see how except for any what you hear in their voice, you don't know what they're thinking as they do this. But they eventually lead you to the side of a house that looks half collapsed. And it looks like it was old. It actually doesn't look like this collapse happened in the battle. It looks like it's been this way for quite a while. Like it's more blight on the town than anything else. And she quickly shoves aside some brush, covering over what looks like a cellar entrance, and leads you inside. Then quickly recovering and pulling over the thing as you suddenly are shut off as the noise of the outside is muffled, and you find yourself in a damp, cold, musty smelling cellar.
Love it.
In the hidden amongst this chaotic town.
Okay.
After a moment, a candle is lit and placed kind of out of view of the entrance, just in the corner, giving you just enough light to kind of see what looks like a fairly featureless, not very large cellar area with moss and dirt, and it doesn't look very well used in this portion, except for a few sacks and some barrels in one corner. Not totally what you're expecting for a safe house, but
It was exactly what I was expecting for a second.
all right, maybe it was. But it doesn't seem to be a place where people are staying long periods, and it's definitely not a place of comfort. But it seems to be just a hideaway for times like this. You do see a small, like a narrow, rickety ladder on one side leading up, kind of on the opposite side from the entrance you came down, leading up to the ceiling.
We're in the basement, though.
Yeah. The shorter figure starts to climb the ladder as the taller one says to you, "All right, we're gonna be here for a while. Should get some rest while you can."
Can we talk first? Like, we don't know you.
That's how it is.
We don't have to tell us your name or anything. We kind of want to. I don't like sleeping around people that could kill me.
Well, no one's keeping you here.
Well, can we just like figure out each other a little bit? Like, are you going to kill me in my sleep?
There's just silence.
I think we're okay. We can kind of all cycle through watches if we need to.
I'll take first if it makes you feel better.
Sure, I can watch with you. But do we have enough people to double up?
Probably not.
Probably not.
I'll go alone. You can stay up with me.
You see her nod.
Wake me up.
The shorter figure opens a hatch at the top of the roof and climbs up into the abandoned house, seemingly keeping a watch of his own up there. And then she, basically crouches down and kind of gets in a resting position up against the wall. And you can tell she's alert, but resting. Like it's like a practiced, alert rest that she seems to be doing at the moment.
I take my perch opposite her, so near where the entrance hatch was that we came in from. I take it here, and I basically have like my ear listening to the hatch while I'm looking at her, and I take a similar stance because this actually is reminiscent of like when we were the kids, like one of us would perch while the other kids slept, and I just kind of like watch her, but I'm listening to outside.
Gotcha.
And I've got my daggers in my hands.
Roll a perception check.
Well, sorry. Before we go to sleep, I'm gonna go ahead and give you 10 more, give you 20 more. Just go ahead and spend it all before we go to sleep.
.22 perception.
So as the rest of you go to sleep and you sit there and kind of listen, you just hear the continued sounds of battle. Lots of soldiers' boots, people begging for mercy, and cries of pain, and I mean, men, women, children, animals. It's seemingly indiscriminate. And that just kind of continues through the night.
You just see like I would like after like as much as I seem like relaxed but alert, my hands are like white knuckled on my daggers. Like every time I hear a scream, every time I hear something running by, like every time I hear it, it's like everything tenses again.
But nothing seems to find you guys.
I tap on Bear to wake him up when it's time.
Good.
Just a little perception check.
Actually, I'm gonna wake up Valen.
Oh, okay.
Damn it, I was about to go sleep with Valen. I look at the other two sleeping on the ground and I'm like, damn it. And I find like a corner and I curl up.
What?
Do you wanna watch with me?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you.
Like your
Roll individual perception checks.
Yep.
It's mainly just
did you
listening,
actually?
assuming you're sitting in the same place.
Okay.
Pardon?
It says mainly just listening, because
Yeah.
you obviously can't see anything in here, but just listening.
Sure. 15.
19.
Okay.
Nice.
I worry because I might need help, but apparently I'm okay this time.
You also see, or just hear similar things continuing through the night.
Yeah, it's probably a lot of focus on my breathing to kind of calm myself down, because it's a lot of noises that I'm not used to. And trying to focus on anything like I'm wiping my sword or just fiddling around with my quarterstaff or just anything to kind of keep my mind preoccupied. And probably a little bit of a restless sleep the rest of the night too.
Yeah.
I just watch you. I'm just curious what you're doing, like seeing your methods of how you calm down.
What did you get on perception?
22.
That's right. Okay. Okay.
Wake me up.
Who's next?
So you guys want to go next?
You want to go next?
Yeah,
I want to go next.
Take a watch.
So it
Okay.
Alright, I'll take a watch. And I'm gonna... Did you move from your perch after your watch?
Yeah, I
Or you-
found kind of a corner.
Then I'll take up her perch, and I'm gonna cast Disguise Self, and I'm gonna put one of those masks and sit there and stare at the lady with the mask.
Don't do that. Take it off.
I'll make it go away.
You haven't earned it. I just hear this like deadly seriousness in her voice.
I was curious. I want to see what you do.
Well,
Fine. I just thought it was only fair since you get to wear one.
I've earned it.
Can I not wear a mask, or can I just not wear that mask?
Not that one.
Fair enough.
Zora.
no, I'm not gonna put on. I'm not gonna put on a mask. I just wanted to see what you do.
Zoro.
And I'll just sit there and keep watch.
Okay. Roll perception check.
Yep, that suits. That's nat one.
Jesus!
Okay. You hear the sounds of the same sounds, but nothing in particular.
Yep.
Who's next? I guess you're next.
I am next.
Mr. Noah.
No.
Yep.
She and I were the perception buddies.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, so I'll just sit and listen, I guess, right? Just close my eyes, listen intently. I'll roll that one.
Come on, easy.
19.
Hey!
All perceptive.
So with you,
Oh boy.
I'd say by the time you get to your watch, it's almost a little puzzling. The town is not that big.
Right.
And so it seems unusual that you'd still be hearing sounds of battle. You would think
This long.
that number of soldiers you saw would have gotten things under control.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems like whatever is giving them trouble is doing a pretty good job of it. And
Interesting.
And there are times occasionally where you hear strange creature noises as well, but it's rare, like just once or twice through your watch.
Okay.
That just doesn't correlate with normal sounds of battle.
Similar to the moan of the cloaker, or no?
No.
Okay, different sound.
Mhm.
Okay. Okay.
Toward the end of your watch, as you guys start to wake up, you hear, you can start to see just through the tiny cracks in the thing, you start to see the kind of morning twilight of the next day start to come through. You know, and she doesn't appear to have slept, like, at all. And still just occasionally shifting, but for the most part, just keeping her vigilance. But eventually you hear the hatch open, and she gets up and kind of walks up and kind of takes a couple steps up to whisper with him for a second. And you don't hear quite what they're saying at first, and there's a moment where she kind of sounds surprised, and you just catch the tail end of him saying, "I think they should see this." You see her kind of like look up at him for a second and then nod. One of you, at least, one or two of you at most.
I'll go. Fallon, I will go.
She steps to the side and lets you guys climb, make your way up the ladder, and you emerge into an mostly empty, rundown house. You can see like an old table that looks like on the verge of collapse over off to the side, with a chair that is, you know, a couple of legs knocked out, and it's on its side, covered in dust and cobwebs. The whole place is. And you see the shorter figure has moved over to the area where the house is collapsed. And he gestures over to you. And you guys walk over, and you can see through the rubble, you can actually see a little bit out into the clearing near the house. And you actually see a large kind of gathering of soldiers, all wearing Lirindil's armor. And by this time, a lot of the battle has finally subsided. And you're hearing a lot of movement. You're hearing a lot of like horse hooves and boots and things like that. A lot of, you know, some people yelling or crying out or that sort of thing. Some, you know, people crying and that sort of thing, but not battle. But as you look out into this gathering, you can see, you know, the ravage just from your little vantage point. You can see on this, you know, this little area, just the ravaged town. You know, with, you know, some bodies here and there, and you know, marching soldiers, and, you know, basically just kind of the aftermath of this. Immediately in your view, probably about 40 or so, 40, 50 feet away, you see a number of soldiers kind of in a very loose kind of semicircle with 3 figures bound and on their knees, wearing all black, but no mask, but wearing the same garb as the 2 that are with you, but demasked, so to speak. And you can just see them, just, you know, blood on their face, and just beat up and incapacitated, basically, as they're knelt and guarded. After a moment, you see, riding into view, 2 figures on horseback. And you see, as they ride around the corner, you see all the guards snap to attention. And you see a lot of them are maintaining discipline, but a lot of them are giving nervous glances to one in particular. The first figure you see is one you've seen before. The tall, elven, wispy, long-haired figure of Leader Tildwin. As he rides forward and dismounts with a smooth motion. But right behind him, and the one that everybody is watching, you see a feminine figure in heavy plate black armor with a full blanking on the mask, not a mask, helm. Yeah, with the face guard and everything completely hiding her face. With this, little small highlights of red on the armor, just a couple of places, and this cloak or this cloak cape behind her that's lined with red on the inside. And you can see just a it's kind of hard from this distance, but a tiny shimmer of something red, like on her chest. But you see as she moves forward with this kind of straight backed on this large black stallion, you see all the soldiers clearly nervous to be in her presence.
We found out her name. I can't remember what it was. It was Ruby Red Judge or something like that.
The Ruby Judge.
Ruby Judge. Yeah. Yeah.
She does not dismount, but just sort of takes up position on the horse and looks down at the kneeling rebels, wordlessly surveying them. And even with a helm completely covering her, you can just feel the judgment, the weighing, the almost disdain, without a visible face. As the second figure, as Leader Tildwin dismounts and approaches one of the other soldiers, he says, Well, what do we have here, Captain? Captured rebels, Leader Tildwin, he says with a slight bow. Tildwin walks over to a pile of what looks to be confiscated possessions and weapons nearby. And he pulls out one of the blank white masks and kind of holds it up. He says, Do such cowardly methods somehow make you feel braver? The three kneeling figures don't answer. Do you think they'll hide you? Still no answer, and he tosses it back into the pile with kind of a dismissive flip. It's pointless. There is no hiding from the people's justice. You finally hear one of the rebels speak as he says, the people, and he spits. And he says, You aren't a person. You're a monster who enslaves people. And the Tildwin's head kind of tilts a little bit, and he says, Enslaves? Do you see shackles anywhere? Everyone here is free and equal. Everyone is fed, everyone is cared for, no one is forgotten. Another figure kneeling kind of looks up and says, I see shackles everywhere. And Tildwin says, I know. And that's why I don't blame you. I believe you believe you're doing good. And the people need you for just that. You have a good heart. But you've been cursed. We don't know how yet. We're trying to figure it out ourselves. But this curse, it's causing you to do things like this. You're getting a lot of people killed. And so we have to protect them. But I'm also determined to protect you as well. I know you can't see it right now, but we're going to help you. We're going to get rid of your curse. I am going to help you understand the truth. You see that same figure that just spoke chuckles and says, Truth. Well, now that's a funny concept, isn't it? In your mind, truth is whatever you want it to be. And Tildwin kind of turns back to him and says, don't be silly. Truth is truth. And you've been living in an illusion, and I intend to lift it. You'll see. He kind of stands up straighter and says, they always do. And he turns back to the figure on horseback, who nods with a kind of creak of metal plate armor. Then Leader Tildwin turns back and says, the Ruby Judge finds you guilty of sedition. However, the people shall have mercy upon you. You will be taken to a place of renewal, where you will earn the chance to prove the goodness of your heart. Work hard. The people need you. And you just see the figure who last spoke, the kneeling rebel, say, what the people need right now is a tooth. A tooth designed by a humbly talented artificer. One that if you bite down hard enough, will let you bite off 2 monsters' head. And with that, you're blinded momentarily by a flash as you hear the concussion of what sounds like a very powerful fireball going off. You like shield your eyes for a moment as the whole house shakes, and you know, dust and everything falls on you, and you have to like kind of hold your head for a second. But as you recover and look back out, you see dozens of soldiers just obliterated, dead, more hurt and damaged. You see in motion, you see the horse that the Ruby Judge is riding fall over as she had her shield up and steps off in one smooth motion of metal creaking. Some sizzling from her armor, but seemingly
Fine.
yeah, not too damaged. And perhaps what surprises you the most is seeing Leader Tildwin himself, kind of like standing there, turned, has a little bit of charring on his skin and some singeing on his clothing. And as he turns back, he's taken a little bit of damage, but doesn't seem terribly affected. And he turns and he sighs. And he says, why must they? Why can't they see? And he recovers and straightens and says, kind of more to the Ruby Judge, who's the only one left in immediate earshot. He says, well, the unfortunate truth for them is that we are getting closer. You see other soldiers rush in to see what happened, and start looking around and investigating, making sure he's safe, and kind of learning what happened. And Leader Tildwin asks, have you found the safe house? And somebody says, well, we found an old barn with evidence of use, a small store of weapons, foodstuffs, plans for an old attack that's already happened. And he says, very well then, round up the villagers. Or, I'm sorry, from behind, he says, very well then, and from behind him you hear the Ruby Judge speak for the first time, muffled by her helm, as she says, round up the villagers. And you see the soldiers nod and take off to carry out the orders. As they disperse and kind of go out of sight and the two figures leave. I want you guys to make a perception check.
To get individually or?
Yeah, individually.
It had landed on 20 and then it rolled to an 8. So
Yeah, I rolled to a 2, so that's 9, 11.
It's 11.
11. Okay.
I went specifically because I had high perception.
Okay. So you watch as they dissipate and depart, and kind of all activity of interest kind of going out of sight. You look over and you see the other figure, the shorter figure that's with you, just kind of looking down, having listened to the whole thing but not watching. After quite a bit of time, he says, "We're going to wait here till nightfall, and then we'll go." And you can hear in his voice like this gravity of what you just saw.
Put a hand on his shoulder. I am sorry about your friends.
Yeah. They knew what they were signing up for. I
Doesn't
feel
mean-
more sorry for the village.
What's going to happen to the villagers?
The entire village is going to be rounded up. All except for maybe a handful that have proven their worth in some way. And they'll walk the whole village out, and they will take them to what he said, a place of renewal. We just call them renewal camps. The farm and production here need to continue, so a skeleton crew of new villagers will be moved in and take over. And this is going to become a living ghost town. Because they'll bring in people who have come out of the renewal camps. And when very few of them survive, or worse, the very few of them that come back aren't the same. A big part of them is gone. And they walk around like obedient zombies. Just terrified, without will. Dead. Whole village wiped and replaced.
I look at Valen.
We should talk to the group. Make our way back down to everybody else.
Yeah. And I just kind of huddle the boys up.
And fill them in on kind of
Yeah.
like
And
what we saw.
talk
and
about what we saw.
witnessed, and what they're probably going to be doing to the villagers. Real quick, even though the fireball blast took out like a dozen or so soldiers, there's still a lot of other soldiers.
Yeah, oh yeah. Hundreds.
Yeah.
I don't think I can be neutral in this.
Oh no.
If what we saw and what we're told happens at these camps is true, this is not just a country that has an unusual way of dealing with its citizens. This is the eradication of humanity.
Well, where one of us goes, we all go.
Yeah, but can we not talk about it a little bit more?
What do you want to talk about?
It's terrible, yes. This is awful. I'm not saying we'll abandon these people, not at all. I'm not suggesting that, but I don't want to sign up for revolution, guys.
I don't either, but can't just stand by and watch
Sure.
it happen.
Well, sure, yeah. But we're also on another mission.
Yes, the
And
task
that
at
mission
hand.
is still our priority, but if they're coming out of these camps as zombies, and we've basically met two people who had their entire personality erased, I wonder if that is connected.
Maybe.
I don't think helping the rebels and our mission are mutually exclusive.
I'm just saying, what I'm saying is I don't know if I can remain neutral if I see a situation. Whereas before we were pretty confident that we were just going to come here, do our mission, stay relatively neutral to what was happening around us, not get involved, not pick sides. If there was a fight, we were going to stay out of it. What I'm saying is I don't think I can stay out of it.
Well, that part, I agree with you. If the fight comes to us, we know which side we're on, but I don't think we should follow the fight, if that makes any sense.
I think the fight will be wherever we are.
I think the fight will find us.
If that's the case, then yeah, I'm with you guys to the end, but let's not put on the white mask. No offense.
I don't
You can
plan-
see her, like, she's actually over by the entrance, like the entrance kind of facing away from you. Her head down a little bit, like she's warning herself.
It is one thing to just have a poorly run country of incompetence. It is another thing to brutalize your citizens in the name of equanimity.
Yes.
There is a difference between being equal and being the same.
You don't have to convince me. These guys are evil. I'm with you on that.
Evil is not the right word. It is
Monstrous.
righteous. They truly believe what they are saying is true.
Their manipulation is through
Profound.
through their righteousness. They
Did I
believe.
recognize anything interesting about the red shimmery thing on her neck?
No, it's really hard to see. So I think your perception check, like, it wasn't. obviously nothing.
I look at the masked lady. So what next?
We'll wait till it's safe to leave. They'll round up everyone and take off. We'll have a window of time to sneak out before they bring in the new crew. And I'll take you to speak to who you want to speak to.
So, is the whole army that was here going to move back to this encampment with the village people? Or is it just a few select section of the army that escorts them?
Most of that was the one that travels with the Ruby Judge. They'll leave some behind to oversee the transfer for the new workers, but there won't be much to guard. There's you gotta know the people who come out of the camp. It's maybe 1 in 10, if you're lucky, of those who go in.
I just mean, is there a chance to free those villagers before they get to the camp?
Even if we freed them, they'd go right back. Those villagers, they're not the same after they come out. I don't know. We've tried, but they're just not the same. I'm not saying they shouldn't be rescued somehow, but it's not. There's those that are still whole that we prioritize, and we have to. We're not. This is really not for me to talk about.
Your people put up a good fight last night.
Danton's very good. Was.
Takes a lot of energy to keep fighting through the night like that.
It's how we've been trained.
It's funny to hear these stories when you enter Lirindil versus seeing them. Word on the street is that you are a ragtag bunch of misfits who are barely putting up a fight these days. But last night showed me differently. They're scared of you. Only fear would drive them to say such things about you. That you are weak and incompetent.
Well, that is the whole point. Our leader's a very clever man.
What made you choose to go with him? Why fight?
I'll tell you if you make it past the next part.
Deal.
For now, if you don't mind, I just lost 3 friends. Probably more.
I take out my skin that has my tea that I've been, like as I brew tea, I keep some, like it's cold but it's still delicious. And I pour 2 cups and I give one to her, I give one to him. I take a swig though so they can see that like I'm not trying to poison them. But I offer them some tea and some rations.
Roll a persuasion check.
I create persuasion.
We long rested, right?
Long rested, yeah, 100%.
Nat 20.
Okay.
Okay.
Very convincing.
They love tea.
Even then, it still takes a moment. Consideration that she turns away, and you can see the motion of her kind of pulling the mask aside and drinking some, but she doesn't eat. Neither does he. Like the same thing. Well, I guess you crawl up and give some to him. But,
Yeah, I kind of like.
Yeah. Okay. So, you guys wait again. They're hearing the subsiding noises outside of the soldiers doing their thing, and there's even a moment, like a tense moment, where the hatch opens and he slides inside quickly and pulls it down, and you hear the sound of soldiers, at least one, kind of wandering into the abandoned house and kind of looking around, but eventually turning around and abandoning, leaving. But time progresses, and once again, night falls. As the sun is long set, they finally give the signal to start moving again.
Easy.
It's time.
Roll up.
You ninjutsu your spells.
You eventually sneak back out just for time's sake, because there's so many. You notice it is mostly abandoned. Like the town is mostly a ghost town now. Like they have packed up and left, and it is eerie how just dead everything is. A town of this size just abandoned in a night, in a day. And you see the destruction, you see the blood stains, you see the fire and the charred remains and the destroyed houses and everything of this town. As you guys still stealthily make your way out, just being cautious. Eventually, you find a place in the woods and they disappear for a little bit, or one of them disappears for a little bit and manages to find the horse and cart that manages to not be found through the night. And so they bring it back, load you up, and continue on. You travel like that for, you guess, probably another day as you continue on. And you start to, it's hard to tell for sure, but you start to notice it kind of seems like you're starting to encounter some elevations here and there, like kind of going uphill for a ways, then down. Those subtle shifts in balance as you're you're kind of hypersensitive to the movement and sounds, is that you don't have any sight in the back of this cart, but and starting to more winding and that sort of thing. But eventually, they do stop occasionally to let you out, and
Yeah.
Thank you.
Take care of business.
get
Find a
breaks
quiet
and that sort of
tree.
thing. But
Yeah.
eventually, they do open the door again, and you find yourself looking down as they open the door and step to the side. You find yourself looking down a long stone hallway. You can kind of see just briefly at the edge. It almost looks like from this side, it looks like a naturally formed cave, at least from the outside. And you can see like some kind of light in the distance, a ways down at the other end of the cave. But they turn, they're both kind of standing on each side as you guys get out of the thing, and they just sort of nod that direction.
Look at the boys.
Still.
It's done. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
They just nod silently as you guys start walking into the cool of this cave, making your way down probably 100 feet into this cave. As you reach the end, you can see there's a soft, kind of bluish, light bluish ambient light of some sort at the end. And as you emerge on the other side, you find yourself in a decent-sized semicircular room with, it's almost like a half pit, where in front of you is a semicircle of a raised ledge about 15 feet up. And it seems man-made and carved at this point in this room. And there, standing, lining the edge of the semicircle all around you, are cloaked, masked figures standing there, looking down at you. And you see, like high up above the cave, which is a pretty tall, area. But you can see some kind of, it almost looks like a cage of sorts, like a small, like a one-man cage of sorts, hanging very high in the middle, and you can't really see much in it or anything like that, but just hanging in the middle of the ceiling. But as these figures all look down at you, none of them moving. I mean, you see just very slight movements, like it's not like a solid illusion or statues or anything, but they're not moving, not speaking. And then you hear a voice say, and as it speaks, you hear it almost come from different directions. And you hear a voice say, "Why are you here?"
We were sent by someone, a friend.
So I've been told. And how do you know Alanya?
I do not, but our friend does. And he trusts her. And she has the information that we seek.
And who is this friend?
An old man who lives in a place all his own, of his own making.
We of all can understand the need for being coy about certain truths, but I'm afraid for the purposes of this conversation, we don't know you. And I think we're going to have to be very straightforward.
I understand, but you are a group of people in masks. If anything, you are the strangers here.
Indeed. Strangers you came to.
Yes,
And you are free to walk away, but I should tell you, for the sake of this conversation will never happen again. So why don't we get to the truth of the matter? Who sent you and why are you here?
The old man told me that even shadows have shadows.
There's a pause. You hear him say, so it's her meddling then, huh?
I think I know who he means by her, and I do give a slight smile.
But that still begs the question of why you're here, or why she sent you here.
If you want honesty, please understand that there will be secrets not kept from you out of deception, but out of necessity. We are from Elduin. We saw the flame. We saw the butterflies. We know that there is terrible things ahead. We have fought necromancy. We have fought great evil halfway around this continent. And we know that there is evil here too. We have come here to eradicate that evil. Or at least try.
You speak of the marked ones?
If that is what you call them, yes.
So you've encountered them in Corandia?
2 of them. We slayed them both.
Hey, do an intelligence check for me real quick.
Not very intelligent. Oh, that's a natural 18. And I don't know what my, well, hold on. What's my modifier? Intelligence is, oh, +2, so it's a dirty 20.
Okay. For some reason, in this context, there's a moment of the dream that you had that comes to mind, where the voice, the narrator, as he's about to put the mask on Belladonna, as he's holding it, says, "Oh, it's a shame, because she was originally designed as a taunt for another." What do you think about that?
Why do you do that to me? You know that I'm gonna do my creepy, like, brainweb for like 4 hours.
I'm sorry, what did you last say?
I don't even remember now, because now I'm all thinking about she was a taunt for another. I said 2 of them.
I'm sorry, that must have been difficult.
I saw the other side from that encounter.
The other side?
What lies beyond life.
Ah. Quite a feat to return.
I don't recommend it.
So you encountered these figures in Corandia and decided to come to Lirindil and seek out the rebellion.
I was told that the rebellion has information about these marked ones.
Well, that's... I'm afraid all I can tell you is that the Crown has no restraint in its crusade to control everything and everyone. But I'm afraid further details are not something we share with outsiders.
I understand. I got to witness firsthand what your people can do. I also got to hear how the other side talks of you. They are scared of you. But they are stronger than you. They have access to things they should not have access to. Creatures they should not have access to. And it will only get worse if they also have access to the power that makes the marked ones. It will affect everyone. Not just Lirindil, and not just your rebellion. And I, for one, am not the type of person who likes to see people suffer at the hands of people who think they know what they're doing. Who like to keep control, because control feels safer than freedom. But I am not of your country. And to place myself in the middle of it, I get to leave when it's done. Or I die trying. And you live with what happens. It is not my place to claim your freedom. But I certainly wouldn't deny it to you.
You are correct in that we have to live with what happens here. Everyone does. So you can understand why we would be so guarded. And frankly, it is only our secrecy that has kept us alive this long. Against, as you said, a much stronger enemy.
I walk over to Asura, try to and I quietly say to her, if I do, I should make sure I still have it. I can actually stop you doing that spell. I didn't prep it, so never mind.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly what you're wanting here. We can't give out information to outsiders. Again, our secrecy is the only thing that's kept us alive.
I understand. I respect secrecy very much. We are fair.
What would make us not outsiders?
Well, the only route through that is to join us. In which case, we could share information with you. And I do believe it sounds like we have aligned interests. But I won't lie to you. We expect the same thing from everyone who is a part of us. And you may be required for things that are not directly in line with your goal. But I can assure you we both want the same things in this particular regard. And if there is anything related to that, if at all possible, I'm certain we can align activities.
But I do hope you understand our hesitancy to say yes. As I said, it is not because we are not aligned. It is because when it is done, we leave. And I would hate to be part of something that would cause your people suffering.
Every single one of us here is here by death or victory. There is no choice for those of us who take on the mask. That's it.
What does victory mean for you?
Freedom.
There's a lot of people to take care of in freedom. I don't disagree with the idea that all people should have access to everything they need. But that is not a realistic world.
No.
And like every system, it becomes corrupted when some people get more than others.
Well, I suppose that depends on how they get it. If everyone has the chance to earn their place, to earn their keep, that is just. It's only just when they can't, or unjust when they can't. The crown paints an illusion that everyone is equal. But the truth is, there is just as much evil here, if not more, than any other country or any other system. The so-called people that they interchange with the crown is just as tyrannical in its current form as any true single tyrant would be. The methods of evil change, but in this system, they have no opportunity to do good. They have no opportunity to earn their own place in the world. They are all under control. They have no options for happiness because any pursuit of your own happiness equals selfishness. And if you resist, if you voice discontent, if you disagree, you disappear. That's a world we can't tolerate.
Should the world end in your favor, the war end in your favor, that is a lot of power that your group suddenly has in a country torn and ravaged and brainwashed.
There are those who are still wise, and I believe a plurality of leadership is far preferable. If we can install a cleverly devised system that balances power instead of monopolizing it, it will create a much more fair and just system. There are those still who resist quietly, those who are clever and have the skills necessary to make such decisions.
There's a lot to do once the war is over. It will not always be survival after that. So I hope your people will be able to find comfort in the quiet after it.
That's our dream.
It's hard to let go when you're so used to fighting.
That may be true. Certainly is true of some. I think many of us would lay down our sword today if we could.
And that says a lot about picking it up.
Swords are always heavy things, even if you don't realize it.
So is knowledge.
Indeed.
I turn to the boys. What are your thoughts?
Can we tell them a little bit more? I mean, would it help? It's kind of what I'm asking.
I don't think so. I think we have two decisions before us. Either we join or we don't.
We don't. We're on our own to find the information we need.
Yes.
Damn it.
We join, we have obligations.
I mean, you know my vote.
I know. And you know mine.
Yeah.
I may talk a lot, but I'm not in charge of this decision.
I think I want to join.
I do too.
You realize what's at stake here, like how long we'll be here, how long this could take.
Yeah.
This was never going to be a quick mission.
No.
Remember, we did not go up, we only went up against 2 people and 1 necromancer. And it nearly broke us for months.
Right. And I'm not super jazzed about signing up for even more dangerous mission right
We
now.
already did when we said yes to this. We traveled across the continents.
I know, I wouldn't give up on that one either.
Seems that it'd be even a longer mission if we try to do this without their assistance and knowledge.
Might be safer though.
Since the crown isn't going to help us,
Oh no.
that's for certain.
We are strangers in a strange land.
I feel as if we have no choice but to join them. As difficult as it is for me to say, because I feel as that we should not have to meddle, but in order to get our mission completed, I believe we have to.
Stoic.
See the way around it.
I still want to hear his opinion.
I think we should join them. But, and I'll look at the woman or man in the mask or whoever. I'll look at them.
The whole line of like 20 of them around us.
Any one of them.
And you, like I said, the voice seems to be coming from different places. You don't know who's talking or where they are.
You will have my loyalty. But loyalty and obedience are different. If we're ever asked to do something that goes against our morals, you need to understand that we have our lines. We fight for the good and we fight for peace. But if you try to wield us in a way that is unfit, we will have a discussion at that time. But we will not betray you if we give you our loyalty.
I see. I think the longer you learn, the more you'll understand why we do what we do. That being said, we won't stop. And I will admit there are things that not everyone is fully comfortable with. Because we will do what we have to get the information we need and to accomplish this mission. But as I said, I think you will see. And we are not... You will have no obligation after victory is achieved. Those of us here are not looking to build our own nation, so to speak. We want to establish one with the bright people who are qualified to lead it. That's not what our job is.
You all right with that, Bear?
I have one more question. Can we stay together, the 5 of us?
As much as is possible. I can tell you there is a training period where you are often separated.
But not for long, I assume.
In the chaos of war, it is hard to guarantee you anything. I can tell you it's, except in certain circumstances, if we are doing military-oriented missions, we typically do it in units. And if you prove to work well together, it's going to be advantageous to keep you together. I simply don't want to make absolute promises that I can't keep.
I appreciate your honesty.
I will tell you something. There is a promise that we have kept. We have sworn to be a family always. And there may come a time where we will choose our family over everyone else. So I hope you understand, if you accept us, there will be a little bit of risk. Because I will not lose these boys for anything.
If you join, this will become part of your family.
You said the quiet part out loud.
I know I did.
Everyone here has to be able to lean on each other the same way you do.
I understand.
And if they can't trust you or you can't trust them, everything falls apart.
To answer your question, I'm not happy about this, but I do agree things need to change here. You are correct about that. As long as we get the job done, sure, let's get the job done and continue on with our mission.
Without sacrificing our morals.
Without sacrificing morals and without sacrificing our lives, if it can be helped.
Not a good moniker of that one.
We'll bring you back. You'll be fine.
Then we are.
Goliath, what's your name?
That's gonna be sarcastic. There,
Do you have a clan name?
with me. Do you know it?
I've heard the name.
Okay.
How?
I wonder.
It's pretty close to the...
They are neighbors.
As he's saying this, easy, you hear in your mind, are you going to join them?
Oh, I hear this in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Ah!
Galaxis.
Finally, said something in my mind. I feel as if we have no choice. So yes. What is your thought?
Seems very interesting to me.
Yes.
You feel like cut off.
Yeah.
Making friends.
Okay. Yeah. I believe this. Not to join your cause.
I need to hear it from each of you.
I'm in.
Before I say yes, I take my wig and hat off because I've been in disguise this whole time. Like I haven't undisguised myself. Are you okay? Shut up. Shut up! Where's the Are you okay with one like me in your company?
Well, you wouldn't be the only one.
Then I'm in.
I'm in.
Yeah.
training montage.
I want to put my hand on your arm. It is okay if you say no.
No, it's not. I mean, I'd have to leave. I feel like they wouldn't take me with you. You guys already said yes.
I just don't want to make you do anything because the rest of us did.
Nah, it's not you. I mean, yeah. I am in for your goal of ending the reign of terror.
Just a moment, please. You hear just silence. The figures don't move. Just continue staring down at you.
Super awesome.
Blank white masks.
I just start like shaking my hair out. Like, I've been in this wig for so long. Like,
Normally, you hear the voice finally again after about 10 minutes or so. He says, normally we would put you through far more rigorous testing and questioning. But Alanya is a trusted friend with excellent judgment. And if you truly do work for the Dusk Maiden, that earns some credit as well.
that's I love all these names. I love that she has so many names. I'm so in love with her. Sorry.
She's talking about a dresser, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That was one of the names that
Yeah. You don't know how.
Ashrel
Yeah, I'm
gave you.
so in love with her.
I remember. I just was making sure.
Yup.
So that's two very weighty references. So, it's decided. You see in the center of the circle, the stone breaks, and you see like two doors open, with this kind of grinding noise, leading out to another hallway. And he says, "Very well then. Welcome to the White Rebellion." And that's where we're going to end tonight.
We keep joining things.
Yep.
Yeah, but this time we joined the Rebel Alliance.
We did. We did.
I don't
We're
know
gonna take
I don't
down
know
the
if you-
evil.
I don't know if you watched those movies. It didn't end well for a while.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
true.
Gotta deal with Judge Ruby.
I'm just ready for the Ewoks to show up. Really, is what this comes down to. Where are my Ewoks?
we are the Ewoks.
Are we the Ewoks? Ooh. We're in trouble.
If history is proving anything, we'll do really well at the beginning. The middle, the evil Empire scum will
They'll
be
get-
the ones
yeah.
that actually do it. And then we'll turn around the third act and just like nail it. So,
Is anybody
Yeah.
holding on to any kind of secret, like Jedi warrior kind of thing happening?
We're gonna find out.
yeah.
I mean,
I think
I
this
have.
one.
I
I
have
think
no
you-
I was about to say, of all the people, the
Yeah.
wizard has the best chance to be a Jedi, I
Yeah.
guess.
Yeah.
I also just found out that I've been like magically hidden for a long time. So
That's true.
I have no idea what I am.
About to unlock my potential.
If you Princess Leia me, I'm gonna be so excited. I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna be so excited if you Princess Leia me.
Yeah. Chain her up to that slug monster, dude.
That's not what I meant. I meant more like a senator, but okay. If we want to go metal bikini, that's fine. Asura would look great in a metal bikini.
Laying in front of the Great Furred One.
Yes.
Yes.
I hate
Yes.
everything about this.
Oh.
No, you're in the.
Oh man, where's Fran?
No, I still have-
Where's Fran?
No.
We need some fan art.
No. Speaking of fan art, I still have a sketch that I drew of Stoic in a metal bikini after we made that joke. Because we made that joke a long time ago that you would be in the metal
I remember
bikini.
this bikini.
And then I made the joke, and then I sketched it in my notebook because it
I
made me
don't
laugh
remember
so
why,
hard.
but that came up before.
A long time ago.
Yeah, long time ago.
It's still in one of my notebooks. And I laughed so hard every time I see it. Yeah, you're in the metal bikini. Asura's gonna be in the.
metal bikini.
Listen, we're about fairness and equity here.
Right.
We're all
That's
wearing
right.
the metal bikini.
Damn right.
Sweet.
I know, I'm like, wait, we haven't taken out the Great Furred one yet, and we just gave him way too many ideas to run with.
Yeah. Also, he possibly still has your shadow.
I know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
It's fine.
It's fine.
This is fine. This is fine. It's fine.
it's good.
He's angered an ancient cat god. It's fine.
It's okay.
It's fine.
I'm excited this is the route you went.
Yeah.
So, we will...
I mean, you basically set it up for us to do it. Like,
I mean, yeah, but there were other routes too. You absolutely could have gone different routes. I had other things in mind if you did. And,
I was, I did a lot of considerations on my end, and then you did that whole scene, and I was like, fuck you.
Yeah. It was over at that point.
I was like, you knew exactly what I would be feeling if I saw that.
Well,
so, it's pretty intense.
usurp one, you
Usurp them all. Listen, we've already killed a king once.
Yeah.
Why not another? Why not up it to an entire empire?
Just Regicidal-mania.
Yeah.
That should be our new name.
New punk band.
Yeah.
Maniac.
All right, awesome. Thank you for joining us, and we will be back next week as they go into the rebellion.
Yes.
What's waiting for them there? So we will see you guys next week.